Good morning, everybody. If you can hear me in the chat, let me know. Are we coming through loud and clear? Oh, well, my phone is. Let me turn that down. I had to pull up the chat. Can you guys hear me okay? Let me know in the chat. I have a grandchild yelling in the background playing video games. You might be able to hear that too. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I had a mic issue yesterday, so I'm trying to double check, make sure everything sounds good. I don't see, yes, we can hear you in the chat yet. Okay, thank you, Simi. Phew, my feral friend. Girl. Thank you, Rachel. All right, sound is good. We're coming in loud and clear. I was trying to keep can hear me on the mobile. Right. Great. Thank you. Okay. All right. So I was trying a little something yesterday, and I think I may have messed things up, but I think I fixed it. So apparently I did. We're in here good now. All right. Boy, oh boy. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. We got some stuff to talk about today. We're going to get to the Nick Reiner of it all. We do have the document that was filed in the probate court, the one where Alan Jackson submitted his declaration. There's a lot to unpack with that, with Nick's trust fund issues. I do have a big question, though, that I've watched a couple of interviews with Alan Jackson and don't know if he knows the answer either, but Nick's parents were still alive when he was due to get his first payout at the age of 30, and that never happened. So it tells me they were like, no, you're not getting your trust fund money. And that must have still been in place at the time of their murders. So we don't know what's going on there, but we're going to unpack that document and take a look at it. Plus, our little feral friend has done me a solid. And it's cute, and I want to share it with all you guys. I was taking one for the team, as I call it, and reviewing stuff for investigation purposes, right? Sometimes we got to do that. We got to turn off our emotions, and I can't stand them, and go do the work. It's not hard. I can ignore a lot of people I don't like. But I made a comment that, oh, I need me one of them little fancy AI songs. And my feral friend said, hold on, girl, I got you. Semi sharp. Semi sharp. All right, let's play this little ditty. It needs tweaking, not on her end, on my end. I just kind of threw together a little visual over it this morning, having my coffee, and I thought, we might be onto something, Simi. It might even have to become our theme song, our intro music. All right, let me get this up here for you guys and share. Uh-oh. Not like that. Okay, let me get to the beginning. All right, guys, welcome to the Salty Crew. You guys mean business out there. And so do my mods, apparently. Right, Simi? Here you go, guys. Thank you, Simi Sharp.
You want the truth? You're here for Salty Sleuth. Come on in, now take a seat. We're digging up the cold, hard truth. Salty's here to spit the facts. No fake stories, no backtrack. This is the no bullshit zone. Truth cuts deeper than a stone. The Salty Crew stands side by side, sharp-eyed, smart, and along for the ride. Oh, Salty ain't gonna take your shit, calls it out and never quits. If you're stirring up drama, you're getting the boot, 'cause the mods keep watch with Salty Sleuth. Truth don't bend, truth don't stoop. Step out of line and they'll boop, boop, boop. You want the truth? You know the root. Salty's got the facts, and the lies get called.
Simi Sharp, thank you for that amazing little tune. I like it. I hope you guys liked it. It was cool, right? Thank you, Simi, for doing us that solid and getting us our very own little song over here at the big show. We love it. Thank you, our feral friend. Yeah, we're going to play that a lot around here. We'll tweak the visuals. We'll come up with some more stuff. Man, let's say our good mornings and our welcome ins. Of course, to my fabulous mod team. We will give you the boot if need be. We just don't take no shit over here. And no need to announce it to everybody. Just goodbye. I said goodbye. I said good day. Right? Isn't that the saying? I said good day. Okay. We're doing that around here. We just say good day and peace out on you. All right. So Forrest, Rachel, and Butterfly is our fabulous mod team here, and we just couldn't do it without them. Simi, our feral friend, we love you. Carrie, welcome in. How's the baby? TC Keith, one of my favorite people in the world. Welcome in, sir. Um, I got some good friends in this space, and I appreciate them. Raja, welcome in. Mr. Forrest, I feel like it's been so much longer than 9 months, right? I feel like it's been so much longer. Welcome and thank you. Thank you for always being here and bringing balance to me, even when you don't realize you're doing it. So there's a lot you do for me you don't realize you do, I think. And I've said that several times. So appreciate you. Sarah, welcome in. It was a great tune, wasn't it? Faye, good to see you. Have a great morning. I wish I could do this from sitting outside, guys. I was sitting outside earlier and just felt so good out there in the shade. My little wind chime is a going. There's a light summer breeze. Summer breeze makes me feel fine. I love summer and I just want to be outside. Like, let me be outside. Humidity and all, I'll take it. Fucking winter. I'll get back out there later. I got some things to do in my yard to get ready for my cookout Saturday. Y'all, I need to get me like a little makeshift swimming pool to stick my feet in. I'm going to figure that out. All right, let's take a look at a news clip. Remember yesterday we watched a news, was I on yesterday? No, day before. We watched a little news clip and we talked about the YouTubers being arrested out there in the Catalina foothills and how they claim the neighbors want us there. I think it's one that wants them there. She seems to enjoy the spotlight. She's actually now doing live panels. Anyway, they said, we're going to talk to some neighbors and bring you their stories. And they did. So let's take a look at it, what the Catalina foothills are saying. I believe in freedom of speech, freedom of press, all the things. Do it and do it right. Do it responsibly. Act like adults, not children. Bottom line, right? We don't want it to where Enton can't even get back out there and get a live shot and say, find Miss Nancy for real. But man, I can't police these assholes. All right, let me get the video ready. Simi's song started playing in my ear. I love that. Okay. Now, people can feel how they want to feel personally about each and every single one of those YouTubers out there. I got my feelings about them. I don't condone the behavior out of almost every single one of them. Like, why are we doing that? Call it what it is. It's childish, it's immature, and it's stupid, right? But hey, people are out there supporting it. I don't support it. If you're out there doing it with integrity and you're doing it for the right reasons and you're coming across in that way, maybe. But at this point, we all know is not even a reason to be out there. But whatever, they're all apparently are fundraising to get their attorneys or whatever to go fight the big bad sheriff. Hey, they're going to be the ones to bring down the big bad sheriff. Okay, gotcha. All right, let's just take a look at this, and I'll try to be nice. All right, here's what the Catalina foothills have had to say for themselves.
Are going in depth tonight. Good evening, everybody, and thanks for joining us. I'm Sean Mooney. We've told you about the recent crackdown on what the Pima County Sheriff calls unlawful behavior by content creators in a Catalina's foothills community. Tonight, over 4 months after Nancy Guthrie disappeared, we are hearing from some of the neighbors in that community speaking out for the very first time. And what it's been like to live there, not just having to comprehend the loss of their friend and the ongoing investigation, but the aftermath in their neighborhood. News for Tucson's Monica Garcia joins us from the newsroom with their story. Monica.
Oh, hey there, Sean. For months now, the Pima County Sheriff's Department tells us they've taken call after call from people who live in Nancy's neighborhood complaining about streamers disrupting their lives in the form of things like trespassing, harassment, the blocking of roads, they tell us, and simply disrupting peace in their community. Now, we've heard from many of these neighbors taking their calls right here in our newsroom. They tell us they not only live in fear of the person who took Nancy, but they also say they live in fear of a group of streamers who are making living there a neighborhood nightmare. Tonight, asking us to conceal their identity out of fear of retribution, they share their stories. It seems like this, a streamer live streaming himself using a portable toilet in the neighborhood and then appearing to dump its contents on the ground. And
Okay, and that's real, yeah, let's support that. Okay.
this one, an exchange between a streamer and a resident walking down the street
Get out of here.
when the resident told the streamer to leave.
I'm not going to get out of here. What are you going to do if I don't get out of here, bud? Clown.
I got a big mouth on me, especially in my own neighborhood. I feel I'm tiny and petite, but man, I can get 10 foot tall and bulletproof when I need to. And it could be a downfall at times, but that's how my mama raised me.
Too bad you're talking in front of your own daughter.
Then there's the people trespassing on neighbors' properties.
Call the cops on you and get you cited. Get out of here.
Neighbors say they've had enough. They speak to us on condition of anonymity, saying they don't know how to make the circus stop.
I don't understand why anybody has the right legally to do what they're doing.
Modeling shoots in front of a crime scene and what appears to be a bus tour.
Whole group of folks stopping by, guys.
And streamers live streaming a crime scene reenactment.
It's 1 a.m. in AZ. Okay.
Complete with a mask.
There's no way a total stranger came in this neighborhood.
And they say what started as interest in
No way a total stranger came into the neighborhood. There's fucking a handful sitting out there filming the neighborhood.
the case has turned into a circus.
Even though
Uh-oh, what had happened? Let me make sure. Hang on. What's happened to my... They're not here. Oh, why did it say I was disconnected? Hold on, guys. Lord. Okay.
this is a national incident or it has caught the world's attention, it doesn't change the fact that we're still private citizens.
We feel like we're in a fishbowl with targets painted on our backs.
Another neighbor tells News 4 Tucson what we expected to be some peace and mourning after the large number of media trucks left. 2 to 6 weeks later has not turned out to be the case for the area around Nancy's. What has followed has been sad and disrespectful.
Uh-oh, here comes...
We're told neighbors are constantly filmed and put on blast on the internet, some with their names, addresses,
What a douche.
and in some cases, insinuations that they had something to do with their missing neighbor.
Community has grown stronger and neighbors are more connected, but it's largely driven by fear. Not only for what happened with Nancy, that we're still waiting for answers but some kind of information on, but also that we now have random streaming YouTube individuals who sit down on the corner, they walk up our homes, they walk up our driveways, people just wanting information, and there's no way for us to feel safe and secure coming and going from our homes because most of us are constantly being filmed.
So what, if anything, can be done for people who live in this neighborhood? Tomorrow we go in depth with what steps the county has already taken and what a First Amendment attorney has to say about the neighbors' concern.
I don't know what's going on with that internet. Hold on. I'd like to hear what the attorneys are saying. Hold on. It says we're good. Okay. Did I say it was Forrest earlier that... Am I reading this wrong? Faye has been a member for 9 months. Did I say that wrong earlier when I said Forrest? What am I doing? And also, Faye, thank you for that $9.99. And she says, thank you, Semi Sharp. That was an amazing little song, wasn't it? Okay. What do you guys think about the Foothill neighbors? I mean, uh, oh yeah, he's had the P tent. He got that a while back, right? And rolled up into town with it or onto the street with it. Um, it's just the ridiculous behavior. It's not being out there that was really the problem. It was the conduct of the people who were out there that's the problem. That's no different than the half naked girl that ran out there to film herself and take headshots and body shots in front of Nancy's house like a disgusting piece of shit. Oh, I'm going to go true crime and live about Nancy Guthrie dressed like a fucking stripper. Okay, do you, honey, but do you got to do it in front of the house, right? Well, we don't want to forget her either, because I didn't. I don't understand why people have to go to these. It's adults doing this stuff, y'all. I'm so worried about society and the state of our being and fairness in this country with criminal trials when half these people are fucking potential jurors. I am terrified. I can't condone that disgusting behavior, though. Yelling slurs at neighbors because they drove past you a little faster than you'd like, or shot you a dirty look, or asked you what you were doing. You don't mind shoving a camera in a face asking for a comment, but the second that camera's turned, oh boy, now we're going to go to the internet and we're all going to fight about it and get lawyers and do this and do that. And where's Miss Nancy? Nancy Guthrie is still missing. Nancy Guthrie is literally the only one I care about. Period. So they'll battle it out over there, I guess, with the powers that be down there in Pima County. Good luck with all that, boys. That sounds like a shit show happening right before our very eyes. Every single time there's a case, high profile, expect it. There's going to be some BS drama, and it gets a little more elevated with each case. And all we can do is try to do it better, try to do it as best we can, try to do it with dignity, integrity, and normalism. Can we normalize being normal again? I'm not trying to snatch phrases out of the sky and diagnoses out of the sky and label myself as a bunch of this and that and a fair person. Oh, I'm not so fair all the time. I try to be, but I'm not all the time. I live in the flesh too. Calling neighbors on the live stream, highly inappropriate behavior. And the people who jokingly are like, "Oh, I support it. I'm cool with him." It could happen to you any moment. He could be outside of your front door taking a piss. But do you? I see all of you. I see it. It's okay. I know how to accept my friends for who they are and what they are. I also know how to keep a safe distance, right? I've got people in my real life, like arm's length, Bubba. Arm's length. We're going to pretend COVID's still happening. Everybody arm's length. That's the way I like it in my world. Get out my bubble. You might try to burst it behind my back. Right? Don't trust anyone. All right. Moving on. If this ever has a trial, these creators need a court-ordered appearance to testify and have a bench warrant. Yeah, they should. What, they're no different than the rest of society? No different than the rest of society. Gonna go down there and rep myself. I'm gonna be a big bad freedom fighter, and then I got arrested. And do I rep myself? Do I get an attorney? Do I ask everybody on the internet to help me? Could I word it better? What do I do now? Where's them high? Wait, where's all my YouTube lawyer friends? Oh, not available. Oh, I heard Alan Jackson say it costs lots of money to get one of them attorneys. So we're all in trouble out here. You get a little misdemeanor, see you later, 10 years later. You couldn't afford one of them high-profile attorneys. for your little tiny case. Ugh. All right, guys. Trisha, I didn't forget about you. How could I? You got under my skin a few weeks ago, and I just can't let it go yet. Not yet. I will be soon. I don't stick around in the pity bullshit for too long. I like to come say what I got to say and move on. I'm not done yet. Andy had a little video this morning we're going to take a quick look at, and we're saving the date, ma'am. We are heeding your warning. Thank you guys for joining me today. Y'all hit that thumbs up, like button, all the YouTube-y things that I'm trying to get better about reminding y'all, as if y'all need reminders. We appreciate it. Thank you. Let's get it out there. Let's get the headlines out there, because we have an alternative to Trisha's End of the World party. I do anyway. Gonna party like it's 1999. See if the end of the world really happens. I remember when that was going down. Everybody was panicking. Oh my God, it's going to be 2000 when the Y2K bug is going to happen. My little girl was like, Mama, can we just buy some bug spray? And I was like, oh, baby, it's not a real bug. It was a whole thing, y'all. My sister was in a panic. We survived and we woke up the next day. Trisha, you may or may not. It's not my call. Thank you, Andy.
We are getting, I
has
can't
no
believe how
soundbite.
close we're getting to the end of the world again, Stacy. I know. We will be raising money for a charity, and we do this for several reasons. We never want to forget the victims, Charles Vallow, J.J. Vallow, Tylee Ryan, Tammy Daybell.
Well, we'll show you in a minute how Trisha forgets the victims, especially
We
their
always find a
names.
great charity to raise money for. We'll be raising money for a charity. We are, we might do JJ School. We're working on several things here, but any money we get goes directly to whatever charity we pick. We do that every year, and we had such a great time that it's turned out to be a yearly thing. So, again, we're putting it together. And if you have any idea for guests, let us know. Email Stacy.
Any ideas for guests? Yeah, y'all let me know. We're going to hang on, hold your thought. Okay. So there is a court date coming up in Trisha's bullshit, I call it. So Andy was throwing that out this morning to give us a little reminder to save the date. And ma'am, we have saved the date. And we will continue to keep an eye on that. Now, Trisha. I honestly was raised not to make fun of people, not to bully people, not to tear them down for no reason, to be kind. But by God, if they need it, take them out in the backyard. My mama didn't play. She was a straight shooter. I'm going to love you, nurture you, and take care of you. But do we need to throw hands for a minute? What's going down here? Right? All right. So I'm not here to bully people on the internet or tear down a woman's looks to get my point across, because I think that's ridiculous and a little immature. I may have some snark every now and then, but hey, I'm human. This lady knows people are not happy with the way she's doing this end of the world party thing. She absolutely is fully aware of it. She's fully aware, in my opinion, that Kresha has spoke out publicly and asked her not to do exactly what she's doing. And she wants to yell, or not yell, she wants to say on her live stream, well, I haven't heard anybody upset with what I'm doing. They're welcome to email Stacy. They're welcome to email. Blah, blah, blah. Nobody's sending you no emails, lady. We heard stuff. Well, actually, I'm not scared, so maybe I will send that email after all. Because I'm truly not afraid to send you an email, a formal email saying, what are you doing? Because when I asked you for a comment politely, Megan decided to speak up for you and blah, 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 salty. I'm answering for her, all that weird shit she was doing the other night. Well, Trisha is doubling down on her end of the world party. And every time she goes live now, she's going to talk about it and tell you, and like throwing it right in Crescia's face is what it appears to be doing. I'm going to throw it in all of y'all's faces. I'm here for the victims. Ma'am, you can't even recall their names, and you may need to go get a little medical testing done because I've got some concerns. All right, let's take a look at this. And Trisha plans to bring y'all a convicted man, 40 years in prison. Apparently was sentenced to the death penalty, got the DP overturned, but still had his sentence because he did whatever it was he did. But he's an expert on serial killers because he spent 40 years plus locked up with them. And she's going to bring him to the end of the world party. Didn't mention a name yet. We got to wait and be surprised. Oh, ma'am. Ma'am. Gonna bring a convict up there with 40 years of serial killer experience because he was locked up. But hey, he got his death penalty removed because it didn't meet the mitigating circumstances. What are you doing? Odd and weird. Claims that he wrote a couple of books and had a TV show made about him. Was he one of her weird people that reached out on her little web sleuth platform? Hey, I went to prison. I can come and talk about prison. Oh, and serial killers. Because I was in jail with them, and we talked smack over lunch. They told me their secrets, their deepest, darkest ones. Wrote me a book or two about it. I don't know who this person is she's talking about, but I'm concerned. All right. Let me set this up. Hold on. Okay, we're just going to watch her little intro because I have no desire to watch her entire show. I don't think I've ever sat through an entire Web Sleuth broadcast, ever. Even when I was doing recon for the Sebastian Rogers case and had to go watch her because of who she was platforming, and I ignored her and listened to the panel. Dipped out as soon as it was all done because I don't got time for the small talk bullshit coming later. I don't need to hear it. It's weird. So I rarely watch the lady, but we're just going to watch this little bit of her intro.
YouTube Live. My name is Trisha Griffith. I am the proud manager of websleuth.com. Got a little smear here going, which, by the way, is the very best true crime discussion forum ever on the planet. It's been around since 1999. I took it over in 2004, and it's just evolved since then. And one of our biggest discussions, two of our biggest discussions, Nancy Guthrie and Nick Reiner. Nick Reiner is charged with killing his famous parents, Rob and I can't believe I just forgot her name, Nancy, I think. Please forgive me.
Nancy Reiner. The hell, Trisha? You get a little clipboard and take you some notes if need be. Put it on the desk or the coffee table or whatever that is you're doing. Could be a chair like peeing, I'm not sure. I don't know what's happening. But get you some sticky notes or something. Fucking Nancy.
I can't believe I forgot his mom's name. Hold on one second.
Yeah, it'll come in a minute.
Anyway,
Nope, maybe not.
we've got these two great forums discussing both of these cases, and what our members are saying are it's incredible. They think outside the box, and
Those members think outside the box. Those same members are going to be doing Googling to research IGG deceased people because they think outside the box.
when you read what they say, it makes you just they think of things that you would never think of. Michelle Reiner, my apologies, Michelle
Including
Reiner,
the
and
they are amazing. They have facts. They drop those for us. When we can't recall, they can. And they just provided the name of the victim for you, Trisha. Michelle Reiner is the victim's name. Say it slowly.
and Rob. So they think of the most. Oh, sorry, doggy. The most amazing.
Trisha, I put my puppy down for a nap before I went live in her little kennel because she was getting on the big dog's nerves, and I needed them two to be quiet. So I took them outside, gave them a good walk, played with them, fetch, treats, breakfast, all the things. Now the puppy's down for a nap, nice and neat.
Theories. And again, that's why law enforcement and people from all over the world read at websleuths.com. So check it out. You don't need to join to read. I would recommend that you read first, because once you do, I promise you, you will look up and 3 hours will have gone by and it would have felt like 3 minutes. So we'll be putting the links up to the Nancy Guthrie forum and to the Nick Reiner forum as well. We're going to be talking about Nick Reiner. Also going to talk some more about our 24-hour live show coming up July 22nd.
Her little dog on the left, that little white dog, looks like he's mean to the little brown dog. You letting your dogs be bullying each other.
Is the end of the world again. We do it every year because Chad Daybell said the end of the world was going to happen 2020, July 22nd. Well, guess what? It didn't happen. So I just assumed Chad got the year wrong. And
every year, I just assumed Chad got the year. Here's what we're going to do, Trisha. Here's what we're going to do. And this is an open invitation to any creator who would like to participate. All those who support Kresha and her family, open invitation to join my alternative end of the world party live stream to celebrate the fact that Chad and Lori Vallow will rot for the rest of their natural fucking lives in prison where they belong. Portal closed, sealed. End of fucking story. That's what we're going to celebrate, Trisha. And if I have to do it alone with my community, then that's what we'll do. But we're going to spread the word far and wide, and we'll see if anybody else wants to come hang out and support families.
That year, we went live for 24 hours because I thought, hey, if we're all going to die, let's die together on YouTube. What a way to go. Well, shockingly, the end of the world didn't happen.
Well, we may have to tune in to your little stream and see if the end of the world happens. And do you self-combust on that sofa when you're sleeping on it? Do we really got to watch you sleep on that damn couch? If you need to take a nap, don't hold was it a 24-hour live stream? Do I got to do a 24-hour alternative stream too? I will not turn on my camera so y'all can watch me nap. Ew. What if I drool or some stupid shit?
Happen. So just in case.
Ooh, what if she talks in her sleep? Oh, that could be it. Does Trisha talk in her sleep? For any of those who used to be or may still be a fan, does Trisha talk in her sleep when she naps on her lives? Let me know in the chat.
Chad got the year wrong. Every year we do a 24-hour live stream, and we do it to remember the victims. And also we raise money.
Do we do it to remember victims? Are we doing it to raise money? Are we doing it to, what are we fucking doing it for? I'd like to see, is there a 501c involved? I would like to see exactly where the money is funded how it's funded and who it's sent to. Messing with money is a slippery slope, especially on the tubes, on these streets. Y'all will notice I don't do it here. We don't drop links for GoFundMe and fundraisers. We may one day, depending on what it is, I may tell you about them, tell you how you may go support if you so are inclined. But for me to force it on you, like I'm doing it, you better. No. Everybody can make up their own fucking minds. Trisha, you put it out there for the world to see you're donating money. Now we need to see proof. Can you provide that? Especially since you're doing it in the names of victims and you're using things like schools that are affiliated with these victims. Can we legitimately see the proof that because I think you would ask that of me. If I came out and did a live stream and I fundraised for something, anything, I hope people would demand I show proof of what I'm doing with that damn money.
For a charity, we pick a charity, and we are in the process. Like I said, we're probably going to pick several of them, maybe JJ's school and a few others, to give you a chance, or give you a choice, I should say, on who you can pick.
Kelly, Stacy said she can't remember how they made the donation last year, and they'll have to look into it. Does she got the dementia too? Insightful ones, not so insightful after all. Huh.
To donate to. So, and we'll have lots of guests on. In fact, Stacy, you and I were talking to a guest. We're not going to say his name, but this man was on death row.
Yeah.
He got out 9 months ago.
Yeah.
He was released 9 months ago. They're acting like they're besties with this dude all of a sudden. Should we be concerned for their safety and well-being? What the hell?
Because he was wrongly convicted. No, he was convicted, but the evidence didn't show that he deserved the death penalty.
Oh no, he did what he was accused of, she says. He just didn't deserve that DP. Poor guy.
And he is fascinating. He actually is, without question, a serial killer expert, because what did he say he spent? Was it 40 years with serial killers that he spent
40,
with them?
Well, 42 in the joint, so yeah.
42, yeah.
42 years in the joint, Stacy says, insightful one. And he got out 9 months ago, and they're besties with him now. They done fucking broke bread probably on a Zoom call. Tell us your story, sir. We'll platform you for clicks and views. 42 years on death row, and you did it, and you got out of the death penalty because some, shady shit went down in your case. But hey, come on over here and bring your serial killer expertise with you. Is he more of an expert than Dr. Gary Briccardo or Catherine Ramsland?
And that's what he did. He just...
Hey, I'm going to go find me an ex-con and platform him and tell you guys he knows serial killers. He was in the jail with them. Listen, he's no fool. Listen to him.
Monitored them and watched them and learned about them. And he's fascinating. I mean, you can talk to him all day, couldn't you, Stacy?
Yes. My brain was like exploding.
Yeah.
Her brain was exploding from his 42 years of prison stories. You ladies will not believe what I had to endure for 42 years on death row. You just wouldn't believe it. Vent people screaming at you, guards threatening you behind your back, Big Bubba coming at you, and oh hell, it's crazy. Ladies, y'all just wouldn't believe it.
Like,
Stacy
yeah.
Stacy was just like, I could hear her brain just going, and she was asking him all these questions. And he was talking about Rodney Alcala, and he's already written like 3 books, 2 of them while he was in prison, and one when he got out. So he's had a TV series about him already. It's amazing. And he's agreed to come on. So that should be fun. And
he's had a TV series about him. So she's dropping breadcrumbs, and we should get to Googling and searching and all those armchair sleuths at Web Sleuths. Hold on. He spent 42 years on death row. He had the DP taken off, and he's written a book or something, and he's had a TV series made about him. Who could he be? I got a couple of names on the table, but I'm not quite sure which one yet, ma'am. It's called sleuthing. Try it sometime. Insightful one? You okay?
That we're looking for guests, so if you have any ideas, please, please, please email us, producer@websleuths.com.
Well, they've changed her name. She's no longer the insightful one, she's producer. Oh, God. Well, we'll let them live their little fantasy over there. I'm a person talking to y'all on the internet. My mods are my mods. We can label ourselves as media and producers. That's what we are. We are now, my mods are now producers. Thank you, guys. You're the fucking best production team on the fucking planet.
How are you doing today, Stacy, my darling?
I'm doing great, but I'm having a turf war with my daughter's dog.
Uh-oh, what's happening?
A turf war with a dog? Yeah, my dogs and children have to listen. I don't play that shit. I'm not having a tough turf war with a dog. You better get some act right now.
I sit on one end of the couch, I get up, she takes that side where all my stuff is, and I have to move it, then she takes that side. So I'm going back and forth, but she's just sitting
And
there.
you know what? You do, and you are moving everything to make sure she's comfortable, right?
Yes.
You're the dog. I'm the human. This needs
Yeah.
to stop. No. Oh, hell no. Nope. Not, that's not happening. No, I get it. And yeah, sweet universe, this guy, this gentleman that we talked to never, ever said that he was innocent. Not once. No.
Oh, and she's cool with that. Wonder what he did. It doesn't matter what he did, y'all. He did his time. He served his sentence, and he's been out now, and he's going to come tell us about the serial killers on the end of the world party, because Chad gets the day wrong every fucking time.
He wasn't claiming he was innocent. He was just saying he was not death penalty
qualified.
His case should not have been
qualified
about the death penalty, because it had, what was it called? What were those circumstances called?
Oh, there were special circumstances that were applied at the time that they later found out didn't exist, didn't apply.
That were a lie, a complete lie.
Yeah.
So yeah, Sweet Universe says everybody in prison he says my cousin was in prison and he said everyone says they're innocent. Yeah. Oh no, he never said he was innocent, and you'll be shocked.
He was let out.
Well, he was let out
because of it. Yeah. So yeah, that's a hard go to get off of death row. So
it is.
That's a hard go to get off of death row. Y'all act like he didn't. Stacy, that's weird. They overturned the death penalty part because of the mitigating circumstances didn't warrant the death penalty, and apparently that part was overturned somewhere in a hearing, right? We had to have some shit go down to get that done, but he still had to serve a sentence for committing a crime. Trisha just said that, hey, he didn't say he didn't. What are these? Why are they weird? And so they're going to bring this man to the masses and expose all their entire community to this 42-year convict who did whatever the crime was, but should be given an opportunity now because he had the DP removed. Okay, fine. But package that in its own standalone show and talk about that and the legalities of that. Don't bring him onto the end of the world party to celebrate Chad getting a fucking date wrong. But hey, you're here for the families and victims, right?
They let him out over it. Yep.
They let him out because there were not these special circumstances they were lied about. So he was on death row because he did kill somebody. But and you're going to be shocked when you hear this story. Not tease. Well, we are teasing you. I'm terrible. I hate people that do that, and I'm doing exactly that. But
she hates teasers. She hates people who tease. Okay.
He said he'll be on our 24-hour End of the World Again live stream. So, like I said, please, 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 if you have any guest suggestions, we'd love to hear them. Producer@websleuths.com. Okay, tonight, before we get to Nancy Guthrie, we're going to get to Nick Reiner. Now, we haven't heard about Nick Reiner.
Oh, we're going to get to him on our way, Trisha. We don't need. I know. I'm good. We have the actual document. We can break it down all by ourselves. Sarah, you ain't wrong. Yeah, there's a right way and a wrong way. Ugh. Yeah, I just filled my cup with some fresh coffee. I just did that. So let me scroll through here and see what y'all are saying. Yeah, shut up, Trish. And it's it's easy to get up here and scream at her to shut up, Trish. You're stupid. You're whatever. She's a con artist. That is not grifting. Trisha is beyond a grifter, right? We see the grifting all the time around the YouTube streets. People who aren't even true crime people are out there, quote unquote, grifting. So I'm a little over that whole entire term. While you're talking about there's people out here grifting, here's 5 ways to pay me today. So that's a little odd, and I feel weird. I feel like personally, that's odd. I can't, like, that's talking out both sides of my mouth at the same time. Like, I just can't. I can't. Whatever. Sandwich and tea. No ideas that criminals make such good guests. They can if you're doing a show about a particular subject, right? I got no qualms about bringing a convict on my channel to talk. I've already spoke to one once. And it would not be what y'all expect if I did it, right? But there's a way to do these things without making it a comical joke, without bringing them on board during this weird live stream bullshit she wants to do every year in the name of money for victims. We need to call it out. Look, we can all sit around all day long and laugh and carry on about their weirdness, or we can actually talk about how wrong it is. How about a victim impact party? Why label it a party at all? Why not shift gears and package it differently? You could do it a whole ass different way, but you're going to do you over there and you're going to keep throwing it in people's faces. And that's a little ridiculous. It's just weird, the whole thing. So we're going to keep gauging and clocking her party. And I'm serious when I'm telling y'all, I will be live streaming during that event with an alternative. And anybody who wants to get on board, all you got to do is reach out. I'm not hard to find. I got an email. My DMs are open. If you got me on Discord DM, you'd reach me there. It's not hard. We'll see. We'll see where all the support really is. Let's get it going. Let's do this. And I'll even turn off monetization. I don't even want to earn a fucking penny off of a stupid ad roll. So no creators can say, well, Salty will get all the revenue. Because no, bitches, we're not doing revenue. Okay, we're gonna do it with integrity. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. That's my plan. That is my plan, people. It's like they were giving him a pat on the back. It was, Sarah. It's like he accomplished something, right? His attorneys did something and got the DP off the table because there wasn't enough mitigating circumstances. They don't even explain the law to the people, right? They're not trying to, like, maybe they will when they bring him on. He'll be able to come out and talk about his entire story and explain to everybody, yeah, I did it, and make it about, who knows, right? There's so many ways you could go about all this crap. Yeah. Uh-oh. Get it straight. Simi, what did I get it wrong? Did I hear it wrong? There should be receipts. If you're actively asking people to donate money and you're supporting that, you should also automatically be willing to provide that information without anybody asking, right? We're going to put this information out there. Here's where it goes. All that transparency is everything, especially when you're involving money and fundraising. Delphi, Defense Fund, all of that. There's a lot of icky going on around that. And I'm not, no, it's a lot can go on, right? You have to be careful when you're messing around with all that money. And Trisha, we need to make sure you're doing the right thing with that money. Like, especially if you're going to, I could care if you weren't out there saying victims and charities, then I wouldn't give a shit what you did with your money. I honestly wouldn't care. Do you, boo? All right. All right. Simi, if I go to her chat to say it, they're going to block me. Well, I didn't load my screenshots. Well, shit. I was in there because I said on my live that, she was doing that show the other night, and I said I will be there. And I don't guess anybody thought I was serious. Under my no fake account, I don't need to do all that childish shit. So I go in there, and the minute she brings up money and Megan Connor chimes in with not when money is involved, follow the money kind of thing. And I come in there and said, well, I already had the question loaded. I just needed to hit send. But they gave me the perfect opportunity, and especially when I saw Miss Third Verse chime in with not when money's involved, I said to Trisha, I said, is it true Web Sleuth is planning an end-of-the-world party fundraiser in JJ Vallow's name / school? Question mark. Even though Kresha has publicly asked you not to? Question mark. Care to comment? Question mark. Immediately got a reply back from Megan at Third Verse saying, Kresha doesn't get to determine who mourns. I wasn't speaking to you, Megan, and I didn't ask you to weigh in on it. But there she was. And then I said, I just asked a question. And she says, and I answered it. And I say back to her, well, my question was for Web Sleuths. And then right after that, I was timed out. So, not blocked, but timed out. I'm not sure how long I was timed out for. I have not been able to leave any more comments yet. But when I do go back, it will be under my real account. Because I'm a grown-ass woman, and I can go in there and not blow up and prove who the assholes really are. Miss, I speak for individuals. Megan Connor, sit all the way down. And only if I'm talking to you, then talk back. Otherwise, stay out of the conversation. And actually would be willing to talk to you if you would be willing to talk to me, ma'am. Open invitation, just like that WSU mom chick, Kim. WSU mom Kim, if you're still out there, the invitation still stands to this day. And it's an open invitation that will never go away. Open, honest conversation. Try it sometime. Okay, let's take a look now. Let's move into our next segment here. I will be planning that live stream, guys, and figuring out a bunch of fun things we can do to maybe highlight and show ways to truly help victims and families in this space. Got a lot to look into to get that ready. And if you missed the interview room with Steve and Christy Gonzalez, Kresha's family is not the only family, unfortunately, that this has happened to. And when people want to approach these families with, hey, I support you, come correct and come for the right reason. Don't come because you're now ready to hijack it for your own reasons. And I need to leave that right there because I might cross a line. I can kind of feel my blood boiling. I got to calm down for a second. Y'all hold up. Let's stop. Brakes on. Trisha. Irritated me. Made me think about things. Okay. Well, I know that I was timed out because it said I was timed out. They blocked you and you were polite? That's crazy. Because it's come up there and it says I couldn't comment. I was timed out by a mod. So they may have blocked me since then, right? They may have blocked me. And the minute I went in there with my comments, then that's when other people that were shadow watching joined. I was like, oh, there's my friends. And they were nice too. And like, what are you doing? Why are you, not me, but to the web sleuths. Okay. So Alan Jackson, we're going to shift gears now and get into what the show. We are going to cover the Nick Reiner case. We all know how Alan Jackson was his attorney initially, right? And Alan claimed that there had been a phone call, early morning phone call, emergency, we need your help. And he's like, I'm on it. I'm dropping everything. And then he was on the case. And then he makes that big speech outside the courthouse. I don't know how many of you saw that. I should have loaded it for the show. I can probably find it super quick. But he stood outside the courthouse and, he doubled down on Nick's innocence, and how he couldn't fight for Nick anymore. He was going to step aside as his attorney, right? But mark his words, however he termed it, Nick Reiner was innocent. And I was really intrigued and curious, all the things about how Alan would have went at that case defense-wise. What defense would you have for a case like that, right? That's what I wanted to know. And I started kind of getting that idea in my head about how he would go about it, and then he bails out now. So then Nick got the public defender. Well, now Alan Jackson's back out here in the news speaking to the media about it, and he wants back on the case. He claims that Nick wants him back on the case, and Nick wants and needs access to his trust fund money to make that happen. So he went on Hot Mics with Billy Bush. He's also been at TMZ. He's probably been at some other places as well. Now, the one with Billy Bush, right before they get into the topic of Reiner, they touch on what's going on over there with Karen Reed case and Michael Proctor's subpoena. Eeks, yikes. All those horrific text messages coming out of there, out of Canton. That dude's horrible. That not Allen, but Proctor. Yeah, Trisha has doubled down, tripling down. I don't know what she's doing at this point. Like, when you know the controversies out there, you are aware of it. Can you not try to do something about it? Instead, you're just like, I don't care what y'all say. We're doing our end of the world party because Chad got the dates wrong. What if Chad got the date wrong and this year's the year, Trisha, and you don't wake up from the couch? I might have accidentally not closed the portal all the way. I don't know the strength of my power. I'd be careful falling asleep on the couch that night. All right. Whew, Lord. Okay. Alan Jackson. Wonder what kind of house he lives in out there in LA. I love to look at them LA mansions. They're fucking wild. Y'all got some wild shit in them mansions. I'd like to see yours. It's kind of a hobby. I'll go look at these wild mansions. Like, what? Okay. Can I just have your cabana? I don't give a fuck about your big ass house, but that cabana looks pretty damn inviting. Like, wow. I do need to win the lottery after all. That's a nice cabana. And a pool. An outdoor kitchen. Let's see, that's my jams. I'm a Floridian. Fuck that house. Well, have good air conditioning, but other than that. Okay, let me get this to the right spot where we need to get it. Right when he brings Alan on. I think, because Billy's show was quite lengthy. And he talks about stuff I don't care about, like the LA politics. Like, no, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know it. Don't want to care. I don't care. Okay. Don't try to make me care because I don't care. All right. Here we go. I got to run to the restroom real quick when it starts, but I'll be right back. I don't know if Proctor's wife left him. The second, look, if he didn't give her a heads up, all that was coming out. And then I found out. I was like, dude, get the. There'd be a fire. There'd be a bonfire out in the yard with all his shit, right? I'll show you. I'll show you. You said what about me? You gonna do what to my back door when I'm asleep? You've done tried it? I thought, man, what the hell? Y'all, I can't. I can't. Okay. Oh, we know. Well, Trisha needs to remember there's some of us who are incredibly smart out here. We don't need to be told. Right? We know. We already know. Like I said, she knows who Kresha is. What's it? So what if Kresha sends her an email and she finds out her IP address? So what if she finds out mine? So, right? I'm not going to be silenced by the Trisha. Okay, here we go.
Do exactly that. Depose the guy on Monday. Alan, you knew over the weekend.
That background noise clears up in a second as soon as Alan goes to talk. Y'all, what do y'all think was wrong with Proctor as to why he didn't want to go give his deposition? Like, I'm so embarrassed. I'm suffering trauma. I got the PTSD. I need a beta blocker. Shabugs. He needs beta blockers. He was probably over there at the doctor getting him some beta blockers. That was it.
Doctor was weaseling out. What was he claiming the reason? What was it?
He didn't give a reason, but that was one of the frustrations that he presented a very, as y'all saw, a very vague request by the judge to postpone the deposition for in our view, no good reason whatsoever. So
I thought it was personal,
and
medical, wasn't it?
I mean, well, yeah, but he said for personal, there were personal conflicts. I don't know what that means. And the judge didn't know what that meant. So that's why we filed the opposition to try to flesh that out and figure out exactly what was going on. And that was the foundation of the hearing.
The Proctor's lawyers got till 4 o'clock. The judge said you have till 4 o'clock in the afternoon, basically 6 hours or so to get your shit together and tell us what this extraordinary request, is based upon. What are these reasons? Later in the day when they had the Zoom hearing, he said it wasn't enough. Was it some type of medical thing? I'm having anxiety now that people know I'm a racist, or
Well, I've got to be careful because the judge impounded the further filing that Proctor and his lawyer did. So I don't want to offend that. Whatever it was, which I can't go into, was not sufficient. It was insufficient to convince the judge that he was entitled to put off the deposition at the 11th hour. I had flown all the way me and my team had flown all the way from Los Angeles for one reason, to do this deposition. So the judge wasn't happy about it. We weren't happy about it. We were ready to go. We had it cordoned off for a specific date, a specific time, not for days or weeks, but for months. And then a couple of days, zero business days. It was on Friday that we got word that he wasn't going to appear on Monday, that's a big problem.
Yeah, so the Zoom hearing happens. The judge is not happy. He says a subpoena needs to mean something. A lawyer's agreement needs to have some meaning. Lawyers need to communicate with their clients. He's pissed off. Mark Gildea is the judge. Is he a good judge? We're coming off of one that, we have experience with Judge Beverly Cannoni, and her coziness with corrupt cops is well documented. She is not popular. Is this guy a good one? Do we feel like we got a good judge?
I do like Judge Gildea. I think he shows an enormous fealty to the law, to procedure, which is all we ask for. I don't expect a judge to lean one way or the other. I expect him, as a matter of fact, I expect him or her not to lean one way or the other. And that was the problem that we had with Judge Canoni, is that she very clearly appeared to lean in a very specific direction toward the prosecution and away from the defense.
She leaned. I don't know if that woman could lean. She just kind of sat there. I am Judge Canoni, and my OnlyFans will drive you freaking nuts for weeks on end. Oh boy.
Gildea is nothing like that. We've been very pleased as long as we get our ducks in a row and get our motions done. All the T's crossed and the I's dotted. Judge Gildea gives us a fair hearing, and that's all we expect.
Judge Gildea said, okay, no, Proctor, these reasons are insufficient. You are to be deposed tomorrow. Well, I want this to happen on Tuesday, but of course, your schedule prevented that, so you guys agreed, it looks like, for June 25th and July 14.
2 days. Alan's like, I'm not going to be done in just one day with that guy. No, hell no. Oh, we're here for it, Mr. Jackson.
If more time is needed, so you'll be doing this on June 25th.
Yeah, and I can almost guarantee there's going to be more time needed. I cannot imagine a circumstance in which I get through the entirety of the questions that I have for Mr. Proctor in 1 day or even 2 days. I think this is going to go on, and we'll ask the judge for leave for additional days of testimony as the need arises.
Alan Jackson, top criminal defense attorney in the country, and a bombshell dropped yesterday when we heard about what might be a re-engagement on a very high-profile case. But first, everyone will remember, I mean, it was like indelible when you walked out of the courthouse in downtown Los Angeles having to just stepped down from the Nick Reiner case. Remember this moment.
I had to withdraw as Nick Reiner's counsel. Circumstances beyond our control, but more importantly, circumstances beyond Nick's control.
Yeah, so Alan, big news. You might be re-engaging here. Nick had an irrevocable trust that was in his name before his parents were slain. He has his own money in a trust account accessible at the age of 30. He's now 32. The trustee doesn't want him to have access to it. What's going on with it?
So why didn't Nick get it at 30 when his parents were still alive? It's my burning question. Hey, Just Ask Justine, welcome in.
That
he's entitled to his money. It's as simple as that. I mean, it shouldn't be a big fight. And as you just said, he had an irrevocable trust before the passing of Michelle and Rob. That money was his. Legally, it was his. It's still his. It has been his the whole time. It has nothing to do with what's commonly referred to as the Slayer rule. He's not benefiting from anything having to do with the incidents that are involved here. That money is his. It has been his ever since the trust was set up. All we've asked is that he be given access to his own money to be able to defend himself. It's outrageous that he has to go through these machinations to be able to get to his own bank account, to get
something is not right with this picture. Because it's obvious that Rob and Michelle were still alive when Nick turned 30, and they did not allow him to have his payout of, what was it, $750,000 was due. He was due to receive a payout at age 30 of about roughly $750,000, half of his $1.5 million total trust. He is scheduled to receive the remaining balance when he turns 35. His birthday is September 14th. He's 32 now. So I'm not sure. We got the document that they filed in the probate court. So I still have to go back to what did Rob and Michelle set up, right, on their trust. I don't think they were the kind of slackers who were going to let that stuff fall by the wayside, especially if you have one child you may have concerns about, right? So something was already going on with the trust fund account.
His own money that the trustee is holding as a fiduciary for his benefit. He has indicated that he wants to use that money to fund his defense against these allegations. And that's exactly what he should be able to do. And that's Why I indicated in my declaration that we stand ready, willing, and able to come back on board as soon as the resources are available to bring us back on board, including, and those resources very importantly include not just legal fees, but costs that are associated with funding a defense, expert fees, travel costs, testing, things of that nature. You cannot mount a defense against these kinds of allegations.
What kind of testing? It's going to cost so much money, I wonder. Mental health exams? Laboratory DNA test? Wonder what costs so much money.
Without some level of resources, and that level of resources is going to be significant. He's entitled to his defense just like any other citizen of the United States.
Entitled to a defense just like every other citizen. Yeeks, I'd close my eyes too. We don't all have trust funds available.
I cannot stand the fact that there are certain trolls out there in the internet saying, oh my gosh, he shouldn't have access to any money because of these allegations. They are allegations. He has been proven guilty of exactly nothing, and he's entitled, just like everybody else, every other citizen under the Constitution, to defend against allegations brought by the government.
It should also include a stipulation that we put a cap on how much money it should cost to defend yourself, just like every citizen in the United States, with an average, ordinary, paycheck to paycheck job, trying to survive and feed the babies, while society is saying, don't have babies. Well, fuck. Who you gonna want somebody to cook your supper later, clean your dry cleaning, fix your car, work on your house, walk your dogs, babysit? What do we, without all the workforce, what would y'all do? Thought about that during the pandemic when asked, what would Jesus do? That went by the wayside too quickly.
That's what he's entitled to do. That's what I want to do.
Yeah, everybody likes to interpret the situation, but of course the law is the law. So, I mean, but look, I am the trustee for my foster brother's account that was left behind by my father when he died. It is my job to provide stewardship and it helps. This is good. This isn't good. But I guess it's not mine to say, no, you can't have access to this. No, you can't do anything with it. Although I have to sign off on it. Doesn't the trust
to act in your brother's best interest?
Well, of course I am, but this is a lawyer.
Would say, is it in his best interest? Yeah, is it in Nick's best interest to be able to use his money in a way that he chooses to fund his defense against?
What kind of defense do we think they're going to go with? There's only one option, in my opinion. You only got one option, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you Alan Jackson is wrong about what he's going to do for defense. My problem is driving home I need all this money to properly defend this young man, because you're slapping Americans in the face when you do it, and we're not having the conversations of how to bring down the cost to defend yourself in the United States of America. We're going to gloss over that bullshit and just scream, give me money, fundraisers for the defense. Okay.
Allegations against the government. Any idiot would say, of course he does. Of course he has the right to use his money for that.
Yeah. I mean, and he's a lawyer. So, who filed the civil action on Nick Reiner's behalf?
Her name is Anita Wu. She's a very, very accomplished probate lawyer. And this is a very nuanced area of the law. It's something that probate lawyers do routinely. And she's the one that filed it on Nick's behalf. She represents.
It's super important for everybody to remember Alan Jackson's not the only one out here talking about the cost of defense. Criminal defense attorneys, a handful of them, have YouTube channels. And they all talk about how it costs to defend yourself, while not talking about how to get the costs down. Let's not talk about that. Let's just talk about how much it's going to cost instead. So you guys will help out.
Nick, and all matters related to the probate issue.
Okay, well, let's say he does get access to it. I mean, I saw some report that it was like $1.2 million or $1.5 million. I don't know what it is, but I do know that to properly defend Nick, it's going to cost a lot more than that. It's going to cost a lot of money to, I would think, especially for all the expert witnesses that you have to call.
There it is. With all those expert witnesses you're going to have to call to come out and talk about how the mental health care and drug rehabilitation system failed Nick Reiner. Because that's Alan Jackson's defense. I promise. And he's not wrong.
Is it enough?
Yeah, I think so too. We'll see. I don't know. Honestly, Billy, I don't know how much is in the trust. I don't. That number has not been provided to me. Anita may know, and it certainly is going to come out in the litigation that's been filed. So we'll find out. We'll figure out what's there and what's not there. We intend. My team stands at the ready to make sure that Nick is properly defended if there are resources to do so. I did not want to step aside, as you noted in your precursor to our interview concerning Nick. It was not a happy day for me to step away from this case. I think I'm very serious about the Constitution.
Very serious about the Constitution. Me too. He did look really frustrated that day, right? He's like, I want to sink my damn defense teeth into this shit so bad. And hey, I'm here for it. I just can't stand that it all costs so much money. We're over here, battling judges to get more money and all these other cases, having to go to court and fight for money to call an expert, fighting over. It's a lot. There's a lot going on that I feel like is a bunch of BS that we're just dealing with it. That it's like we need to turn the spotlight on y'all and figure out what's broken with our system and how do we all collectively fix it. That everybody, every single attorney, I don't care if you're a prosecutor or a defense attorney, you've done both, Mr. Jackson, or a judge, upholding the Constitution should be first and foremost. End of story. And it should be for every defendant in America. That's what it was created for. Not just defendants, but a general guideline for us. So we do uphold it and take it seriously. But when are we going to really talk about the money? Follow the money, they say.
I'm very serious about citizens' rights. I'm very serious about holding the government to their standards. And the only way that can happen is through a robust and a thorough, full-throated defense. And that costs money. Yeah.
I mean, what are your chances of representing Nick Reiner? Is this 50-50?
I hate to, I'm not much of a gambler, but I think the chances are good. I think the trustee is going to see it our way. I think the litigation speaks for itself.
This is important. Was Nick with it cognitively sharp enough to say to Anita Wu, the probate lawyer?
And that's it right there. Right there. And you're exactly right, Justine, because all he has to do is take it pro bono, right? And then he has to help, pay out of pocket for all those experts. They have to incur all those costs somehow. What absorbs the cost? Does the firm absorb the cost? Does Alan do it? No, I got to have all the money for my experts, witnesses. I wonder how many expert witnesses are willing to stand up and testify that, yes, every one of these shady-ass drug rehabilitation centers that have been milking billionaires and millionaires for decades now are all phonies. I wonder what experts are going to come tell that part, because that's what they're going to do. And also, consider what kind of meds we were on at the time of the crime, how that would have or could have affected us. We've heard that Nick stopped taking meds, gaining weight. Everybody wants to come out, well, the meds make you gain weight. So what? I don't care if I gain a little weight, if I can get my mentality to calm itself down. I will deal with that part later. Y'all are you're going to look fat, and your eyes got a problem. We're making excuses in America for not doing what we should be doing to take care of ourselves because, this will happen and that will happen. I don't know what kind of meds they had that boy on, that young man, this adult male, 30-year-old. He was having meltdowns at least 8 or 9 years old. Um, we've researched it. We've looked at articles. We've watched other things about this. We saw the story, the yoga instructor who talked about Nick's meltdowns and how Michelle would do everything she could to try to help him. We know that Nick went away to several rehabilitative drug places, never stayed the course, not all of them full time. But then Nick would come out on a podcast and say, well, I learned to play the game. If I just conform and follow suit for a couple weeks, they'll let me out. When he let himself out that one time in Maine and he realized, whoa, I don't know nobody here. I'm on the streets. What's going on? I got to get my ass back to LA where all my money and nice house is at. So now they learned to play the game. Like Britney Spears out there doing it now. Remember when all the world wanted to show up for her all them years ago? Free Britney, give her money back. I mean, it was all over the place. So you couldn't even turn on the internet without Free Britney, give her money back. Like y'all know that girl. Like you're concerned about her mental health. Right? I mean, people just do weird stuff. I don't understand. Like we don't know the circumstances. So we have to, try to figure it out. But justice in America shouldn't cost so much money.
I want Alan Jackson. I know who Alan Jackson is. I want him back. Is he directing this, or is somebody directing it for him?
No, he's able to, according to the filing. Obviously, those are conversations between Anita Wu and him. But according to the filing, he absolutely was able to say and was conscious enough and cognizant enough to say, I want Alan Jackson to continue on my representation.
Oh, he's coherent now. Nick is good to go. He's got his wits about himself again. He's calmed down. He's focused. Clarity. I want Alan Jackson. I wonder if he's on his meds now. I got a lot of questions still. I'm not mad about a defense, right? I'm not mad about the way Alan may go about his defense, and because I have known for decades that these rehabs out of California were a bunch of bullshit. And I've been waiting on someone to call it out, right? Like I've just been waiting on it. So this might be that opportunity, but I don't know if I'm bothered about the cost. I'm sorry.
Absolutely. That's his will. He's entitled to it.
But when the incident happened, if he was cognitive and if he's, sharp enough now, when the incident happened, that would be a temporary insanity. And I don't know if I'm getting into strategy here, but
yeah,
I mean,
you are.
A little bit. Yeah. Those are two different things. Those are two very, very different things. Legal insanity and the issues surrounding that are completely different than having the cognizant ability to say, I want to fund my defense this way. I want my representation to be this. I want my lawyer to be this. And so I'm not going to get into the strategies of the defense writ large, but I will say those are apples and oranges.
Okay. When is it? What's the next move on this? When do we have an answer?
We'll see. I mean, there's a judge is now going to get involved. Hopefully, my hope would be that the trustee would see the writing on the wall and with regard to this litigation and potentially say, hey, look, let's meet at a.
The trustee will see the writing on the wall. What? Oh my goodness, grandson in the background. What? I need to see what Rob and Michelle had in place to safeguard that trust fund before their untimely deaths, for their murders by their son. I need to know more about that. We'll get into the document in just a minute.
Conference room somewhere and figure this out amongst ourselves. We don't need to litigate this extensively. Time is of the essence. Nick is entitled to build his defense under the Sixth Amendment with that person or those people whom he chooses. And time is of the essence for that. So my hope is this gets resolved sooner than later.
Would the public defender, Kimberly Green, join your team? She's done some work probably since you checked out in January.
It doesn't work that way. If he has the public defender, he has all the resources available to him that the public defender provides, and it's a very good defense.
It's a very good defense with the public defender. so good, so good that I, I'm confused by that statement. Yeah, free Britney was to get her out of her conservatorship, but we see where that got her, don't we?
We say no,
My
have
opinion.
no
My opinion.
ill will toward the public defender, and have nothing but the highest respect and regard for them. And Kimberly Green and her team. But no, if he moved from the public defender's office to private counsel, it would be we would handle the entirety of the case.
Got it. Alan Jackson, top criminal defense attorney.
I don't know, Shabugs, if he's full of shit or not about getting that money. Nick hasn't been convicted yet, right? There are legal issues at play. I'm just more concerned about what safeguards Michelle and Rob had in place on this trust fund before they passed away, before they were murdered by their child. And why they think now that they're dead, he's entitled to it. Because I've looked up the laws. I've seen the chatter about the different thing out there. Was it the Slayer law? And I don't think it pertains yet because he hasn't been convicted. So, I'm not shocked, Shabugs. Why does that shock y'all? Or you, that Alan's entertaining this? Alan Jackson's an attorney, right? He's got that attorney brain game on. He don't give a fuck about none of us and what we think. He ain't never. Yeah. Did the Menendez brothers get their money awaiting trial? Or I can't remember, Shabugs, how that anything about that. It's been so long, right, that I've looked at anything to do with that. But we do have the filing that the probate attorney filed, and there was a declaration in there from Alan Jackson. So we're going to take a look at it and see what we can't figure out as far as that goes based on the document, right? But as soon as I heard this mess, the law, like it's like going back and forth with people about the Son of Sam law and Idaho 4K. There's a million answers for it out there, right? And a million's opinions of what the law means and different interpretations and all of that. My first thought with all of this is, why did he not get the trust fund at 30? Can one of y'all people interviewing Mr. Jackson ask him that question? They touch on it. They're like, oh, we don't know. Well, we don't know. We don't know. That's not true. You had to have seen the documents, right? If you're filing court documents and declarations trying to get those funds released, then maybe you're filing for discovery now to try to figure out why they weren't released, right? Why were they not released? And like Shabugs has brought up, though, there is this Slayer law in California, but it appears to read that it's if a conviction is made, because we're all innocent until proven guilty, right? We got to keep that in mind. Oh boy, ain't even been to court yet. Well, he's been to court, but not trial. Let's see. Shabug says, because let's look it up too quickly. So people can understand it. Because they were charged with murder, California's Slayer statute legally prevented them from directly inheriting. So that's without being charged. Do they ever get access to it? Let's see what it says under their California law. Because I glanced at it, but probate code section, the California's Slayer statute. Okay, code. All right, let's see. Let's review together, everybody. What the hell? My cat agrees we should do more research so we could be informed. Right, Shabugs? Thank you. Okay. Probate Code, Section 250. A person who feloniously and intentionally kills the decedent is not entitled to any of the following: any property, interest, or benefit under a will of the decedent, or a trust created by or for the benefit of the decedent, or in which the decedent has an interest, including any general or special power of appointment conferred by the will or trust on the killer, and any nomination of the killer as executor, trustee, guardian, or conservator or custodian made by the will or trust. Any property of the decedent by intestate succession, Any of the decedent's quasi-community property the killer would otherwise acquire under Section 101, 102 upon the death of the decedent. See, this is all reading as if you were convicted, though. Any property of the decedent under Division 5, any property under Part 3. In the case covered by subdivision, the property, interest, or benefit referred to in paragraph of subdivision passes as if the killer had predeceased the decedent. Any property, interest, or benefit referred to in paragraph 1 of subdivision, which passes under a power of appointment and by reason of the death of the decedent, passes as if the killer had predeceased the decedent. You know, we can't have all those wealthy people out in Cali killing each other for their inheritance. We got to put some laws into place. Like, y'all can't do that. What are you doing? Any nomination in will or trust of the killers as executor, trustee, guardian, conservator, or custodian, which becomes effective as a result of the death of the decedent, shall be interpreted as if the killer had predeceased the decedent. Some very interesting legal language, isn't it? Well, Allen and team and probate attorney obviously feel they have a case to get it before the judge, right? And then she'll make her she's more informed about that California law than I am. I got my own laws here in Florida to worry about. Like, what? I ain't trying to off people either and get no Slayer act thrown at me. It's interesting to see how it will play out for sure, Shabugs. I am curious to see what because we've gone through this with like the killers who write the books and can profit off the Son of Sam stuff, and it's like varies state to state, right? So California does have their own group of laws in place to help protect the wealthy and nefarious things they may do to one another. All right, we're going to get this document pulled up and start reading through it. It's a long document. I don't know if all of it's like we're going to read the whole thing, but I'm going to have to go get a cold drink. Let me get where that's the wrong thing. That guy over there at News Nation. Wait, no, sorry, Brian Enton. He don't work for News Nation. He works for an opposing media company. And I like to mess with him. I don't know why. I'm like, sir, can you post that document? Never mind. Hold my coffee. I'll get it myself. Got you. I don't know why I like to mess with that guy. I just do. I'm trying to see if he can take it, but I'm nice about it. I love to be sarcastic and I want to be joke. I like if I come at you, come right back. But I'm nice about it. Like, I ask a question, please answer. He is kind of fun to mess with, though. Not in a trollish way. Don't get me wrong. Don't get it twisted, right? All right. Sometimes maybe I say too much. Get my screen squared away so we can all see everything. All right. Yes, the beta blockers. Y'all saw, okay, those of us who watched, we know we know what we saw. Yes, I'm on a beta blocker. But here's the thing. It has been a trend for probably about 10 years to get everybody off them Xanax, especially them people out there in the entertainment industry, and let's give them beta blockers instead. One of Rena's daughters literally claimed she OD'd on her beta blocker. And the beta blocker is a heart medication. It's just, there's a whole thing, but it just will slow your heart rate, which I guess for them, they're like, don't take a Xanax and kill your panic attack. Take these beta blockers and look like, yeah. So that was where that joke come from earlier about the beta blocker stuff. So it's on trend for these people to take their beta blockers now. They actually work if you suffer from true anxiety. But just to pop one because you got to go face the music tonight, it's a little different. I think us in California should be able to vote on this. We love Rob and Michelle. Wouldn't that be an awesome thought? Yeah, I mean, why not let the public weigh in, right? Why not? You certainly want the public to weigh in about how important it is to fund a legal defense fund. Welcome to Coffee and Crime Conversations. Y'all join in. Simi, you're going shopping? Okay. Well, we will play our Simi song here again in just a little bit. Thank you so much for that little gift, my feral friend. You know I love you and appreciate you so much. Thank you. All right, guys, I'm going to get this document. I got it ready. But I need to go grab something cold to drink, and I hate to leave you guys up here alone like that. Just like, what is going on? Somebody commented the other day they enjoyed the show me and Andy were doing, but they didn't like the flickering heads. I'm like, okay, well, don't look at the screen. Put the phone down, the device, just listen like a lot of folks do. Like some people just drive and don't even ever look at the screen, right? Like, okay, if that's all that got you not to like us is we didn't have our face on. You'd be safe out there, all y'all who are driving and listening. Thank you, and be safe if you do that. Simi, enjoy. Oh man, these little tiny. Like I got bit in the yard by something yesterday evening. I don't know if it's because I've gotten older or what it is, but that shit irritates me more than it used to. All right. Let me actually do this. Before we get going on that document. Just throw the coffee break sign up. We'll talk. We'll walk and talk. I need to get like a cool video to put up for y'all. Simi's may not be quite long enough, but I could put it on loop, huh? Maybe. How does that work? So everybody who didn't see it can enjoy it until I get back in here. I'm gonna go grab a drink and check on the puppy real quick so I can, because this document's gonna be a minute for the read, and I need to be here for it. Okay. Where's my, hang on, let me get my, uh-oh. What happened there? Hang on, I gotta fix myself. It took me down. All right. I shouldn't play around with stuff while I'm live, y'all, should I? I feel like I'm gonna mess something up one day and I'm not gonna know what I did. Okay, I'm trying to get that set up, Butterfly. Let me get my thing back up here. I know when I upload, because I don't have this uploaded into Restream, and I can put that stuff on loop, right? But I don't know about an actual video I'm sharing like in this way. So I'm gonna have to get it uploaded actually, so that we can do that whenever I need to. Okay. And I'm looking to see if I have because the loop button probably is. If I leave it up and I walk away and it ends before I get back, it's going to roll into the next video on the playlist, which was the Catalina Foothills Neighbors. Y'all may have to stick through that again if I don't get back to the computer just in time. I just didn't want to leave y'all hanging. I will be right back. I'm going to go grab a drink, check on that puppy, and then I'll be back in just a moment, guys.
You want the truth? You're here for salty sleuth. Come on in, now take a seat. We're digging up the cold, hard truth. Salty's here to spit the facts. No fake stories, no backtrack. This is the no bullshit zone. Truth cuts deeper than a stone. The Salty crew stands side by side, sharp-eyed, smart, and along for the ride. Oh, Salty ain't gonna take your shit, 'cause it out and never quits. If you're stirring up drama, you're getting the boot, 'cause the mods keep watch with Salty sleuth. Truth don't bend, truth don't stoop. Step out of line and they'll boop, boop, boop. You want the truth? You know the root. Salty's got the facts, and the lies get called out.
We are going in depth tonight. Good evening, everybody, and thanks for joining us. I'm Sean Mooney. We've told you about the recent crackdown on what the Pima County Sheriff calls unlawful behavior by content creators in a Catalina's Foothills community. Tonight, over 4 months after Nancy Guthrie disappeared, we are hearing from some of the neighbors in that community speaking out for the very first time, and what it's been like to live there, not just having to comprehend the loss of their friend and the ongoing investigation, but the aftermath in their neighborhood. News for Tucson's Monica Garcia joins us from the newsroom with their story. Monica.
Oh, hey there, Sean. For months now, the Pima County Sheriff's Department tells us they've taken call after call from people who live in Nancy's neighborhood complaining about streamers disrupting their lives in the form of things like trespassing, harassment, the blocking of roads, they tell us, and simply disrupting peace in their community. Now, we've heard from many of these neighbors taking their calls right here in our newsroom. They tell us they not only live in fear of the person who took Nancy, but they also say they live in fear of a group of streamers who are making living there a neighborhood nightmare. Tonight, asking us to conceal their identity out of fear of retribution, they share their stories.
It seems like this, a streamer live streaming himself using a portable toilet in the neighborhood and then appearing to dump its contents on the ground. And this one, an exchange between a streamer and a resident walking down the street.
Get out of here.
When the resident
Okay, I'm back. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I was trying to get back in here before that next video started back up. Okay. Hey, Cassandra, welcome in. I don't have a good feeling about Alan Jackson in this. Couldn't he take the case pro bono? Yes, he could, but he's going to have to pay for all his expert defense people or witnesses and all that. I don't know. He doesn't want to incur those costs himself, right? And he can't come at it like a public defender. They don't have enough funding for all the experts needed, apparently, allegedly. So we are going with that as his reasoning. He said how much it costs to launch a defense like this. So he could have took it pro bono. Absolutely. I wish somebody would ask, well, how come you don't take the case pro bono, Alan? If you feel so strongly about it, right? Ann Taylor, public defender, felt very strongly about defending her client, Brian Koberger. High profile case, quadruple homicide of 4 young adults trying to live their best lives. Anyway. Oh, shout out to you, Vivian, what was her name, Butterfly? Viviana? That shit's fucking epic. All right, let me get this document pulled up here. We can get our read on. We can get our read on. Not Karen Reed. There's enough people on that. My head is spinning. I'm like, what? I'm trying to do my late night catch up when I'm not trying to listen in bed. And I'm like, find me something to listen to, YouTube. That might be interesting. Oh, no. Let me go find something else. So I'm trying to keep up because I am curious. But I don't want to. Yeah. All right. But this is more I'm more interested in this. Because if I go diving into all that, I feel like I'll become part of that, and I don't want to be sucked into the abyss. It's a bunch of infighting happening or some weirdness, and I don't want no part of it. All right. There we go, Forrest. 17 months. See, that's what I get for glancing at my phone and seeing, like, just parts of things. I'm like, oh, that says this, and I'm totally fucking wrong. Like earlier when I was trying to shout out Forrest, like, it feels like it's been longer. Yes, 17 months. That's more like it, Forrest. El Nino. El Nina. Which one we got now? The El Nino. When I was watching that hurricane symposium thing the other day, they were talking all about it. Does it or does it not really affect my hurricanes? I don't know. I've been asking that for decades, and they're kind of right and kind of wrong. Verdict's out on you, El Nina. Okay. I'm just saying, stay away, hurricanes. I don't want to be all boots on the ground accidentally because I'm in a cone of uncertainty. I don't want to be in the cone of uncertainty. All right, Superior Court of the State of California, County of Los Angeles, in the matter of Nick Reiner's Children's Trust, dated December 2nd, 1993. Petitioner Nick Reiner, referred to herein as petitioner or Nick, as sole beneficiary of the Nick Reiner Children's Trust, dated December 2nd, 1993, respectfully submits this verified petition for an order compelling mandatory age 30 distribution. Declaratory relief and instructions RE construction of trust provisions and order compelling distinctionary distributions for commissary account and order compelling action on discretionary distribution request and breach of trust in support petitioner allegations as follows. Nature of this trust proceeding. On December 14, 2025, Robert Reiner and Michelle Singer Reiner were found dead in their home. Their son Nick was arrested in connection with their deaths and has been held in custody at the Twin Towers Correctional Facility in Los Angeles. They named it that? Charged with their murders and facing the possibility of the death penalty or life in prison without parole. The case has drawn intense public attention and speculation. Warning, true crime content, viewer discretion advised. We will discuss theories. Whatever my banner says, scrolling across the bottom there. I made it a long time ago. I don't have it memorized. I don't. All right. It's 136 pages. I read many long documents over here. This is our jam. This is what we do over here at this true crime channel. Give us the document. We'll read every freaking little detail. Just the facts, ma'am. Today. In the moment. Okay. So, of course, I had to go find the document the minute they started talking about, we're filed a document. A document's been filed. Here's a line from the document. I'm like, I need that whole entire document, sir. We got it. All right. It didn't take long to find it. Deadline. Put it out for everybody. They're like, here's the link. Even though you can go find it online at the probate court. All right. But it's okay. We'll take it. Oh, goodness, what was that? Okay, well, because I just saw this one little thing that I shouldn't be looking at the time. Um, Sarah's been dropping a lot of documents over there on her channel. Sarah, she's in the chat, keeping me updated on filings in that WSU lawsuit the Gonzalezes have against WSU. So we're going to get to a show on that in a couple of days and bring the latest in what's going on there. But something else all just reminded me about that. All right, so here we go. The case has drawn intense public attention and speculation. Nick loved his parents, and he is devastated by their deaths. But the facts about what did and did not happen to them are not at issue in this trust litigation. Nick's criminal defense attorneys will present those facts in the criminal case. This petition neither requires nor invites this court to weigh in on them. Like anyone accused of a crime, Nick is presumed innocent and he is entitled to mount his defense with the resources that are lawfully his own. The petition raises a narrow question of trust interpretation concerning just one of the many trusts Nick's parents created as part of their estate plan. For more than 30 years, I'm sorry, let me start that line over. More than 30 years ago, when Nick was an infant, his parents established a smaller, separate trust for his individual benefit, the Nick Reiner Children's Trust, referred to in this petition as Nick's Trust, or simply the Trust, as they did for each of his siblings, Jake and Romy. A true and correct copy of Nick's Trust is attached as Exhibit A. These smaller children's trusts were created and funded independently of the far larger family trust that holds the assets of the Reiner estate, the Reiner Family Trust. Those trusts and Nick's interest in them are not at issue here. So they're not discussing the overall family trust, right? The mega trust, which is Nick's particular children's trust. The terms of Nick's trust, well, Nick won't have no money left. If they give it to him, it's all gone. The terms of Nick's trust, them houses are expensive out in California. Have y'all seen the price of that fucking real estate out there? All right, back to that. Ooh, focus. The term of Nick's trust are not complicated, and they are not subject to reasonable dispute. Nick's parents left ambiguous instructions about when the funds in the trust were to be released. One half of the trust was required to be distributed to Nick outright when he turned 30. But that didn't happen, and his parents were still alive. Now they're not. It's like, we don't care what they said. Give him his money. He killed them. Now give him his money. They're not here to stop him. Like, what in the world? Sir, that's weird. Not a good look, Mr. Jackson. But we're trying. They further instructed that when he turned 35, he would receive the rest of the funds in his trust. These distributions are mandatory and unconditional. They were a commitment by Nick's parents. In the most binding way, the law of trust allows that these resources would belong to Nick for his use and benefit. His parents separately authorized the trustee to make other discretionary distributions to Nick for his support, maintenance, health, and education until all funds are released to him on his 35th birthday. Okay. Back up. So there was a trustee in place, obviously, and they have the discretionary distribution for his support, maintenance, health, and education. Nick was on a limited trust fund basis from the time he turned 30 and was due to inherit that trust fund. Rob and Michelle obviously put some safeguards in place. He didn't have full access to that money at 30 years old. He wouldn't have been living in Mama and Daddy's guest house. Nick turned 30 on September 14, 2023, more than 2.5 years ago, at which point his right to one half of the trust vested and because due to him as a matter of right. Again, why didn't the parents release it? But he did not receive his mandatory age 30 distribution then, and he has not received it since. Although the trust still holds more than $1.5 million for Nick's sole benefit, and every dollar of it must be released to him outright in 2 years when Nick turns 35. Cokes are expensive in the prison. Some commissary money. The trustee still has not released the money and was due the trustee has not released the money he was due on his 30th birthday or even told Nick its amount. Over months of repeated inquiries, the current trustee has offered a shifting series of excuses and justifications, none of which can be reconciled with the trust's plain terms. Most recently, unsustained concerns about Nick's so-called competence to manage a trust. So-called competence. Remember, Alan just told us all a little while ago how he was very coherent. He wants Alan on board. There's no question about Nick's clarity. But there's concerns about Nick's so-called competence to manage the trust. The mandatory age 30 distribution is exactly that, mandatory. It does not turn on the trustee's subjective views about how Nick might fare managing a trust. So he's saying the trustee cannot subjectively view this and give who's he to determine what's fair management of his money? That is the whole, I think his parents had concern. They would have been like, hey, son, you're 30. Congratulations. Here's your payout. Like your brother and sister. Ow. This was the whole point. At the mandatory distribution date, those funds ceased to be trust property. They became Nick's money to use as he sees fit, wholly outside of any trust and beyond any trustee's supervision. Now, if the law says, hey, he was entitled to this money, it's his, and I'm going to be okay with that too. Whatever at that point. I got other things to worry about now. That's settled, right? Ugh. But I'm like, his parents did all this. Alan, don't forget that. And now they're dead because of him. So I'm sure his siblings feel some type of way. As for the remaining half of the trust, that will be released to Nick when he turns 35 in 2 years. The trustee has discretion as to whether and what amounts to release, but that discretion must be exercised reasonably. I wonder what discretions were put into the documents. Hey, if Nick's doing X, Y, and Z, or if Nick's doing better, how are we determining when and how much money Nick gets? Is it on a as needed basis? Oh, you need 10 grand for what? You need 2,000? What do you need it for? I'd like to see the documents his parents actually put in place. Maybe we'll get to that. Maybe we'll get into that in this 136-page documentation. All right. So Nick was set to get the rest when he turned 35, which is to provide for Nick's sole benefit. Here, Nick has asked that the remainder of his trust, other than a sum reserved for trust administration and other such expenses, the trustee getting paid too, to be released to him for his legal expenses, funding and commissary account so that he can buy basic supportive items while incarcerated, e.g. socks, personal hygiene items like soap. I need to buy some soap and some socks. It's a little chilly in here. My feet are cold and I need a bath. I think they might provide soap for free because it's unhygienic not to bathe. And we don't want disease to spread in the jail. Pretty sure that bar of soap is free. Just don't bend over, Nick, from what I've heard. Okay. I had to open my drink. Didn't want to you guys' ears with my Sprite. Yeah, a judge needs to decide what the trustee is legally obliged to do. That's the whole point of this, right? Legally, what do we do? Legally, can they withhold these funds from him? What did Rob and Michelle put in place when he turned 30? Because that was literally before they died, right? They did something that triggered Nick not getting that full inheritance at 30 years old. But now that they're dead, we want it. They got no say so now. What? It's weird. So, yeah, a judge is going to have to weigh in and determine if whatever the documents are that's keeping the funds from Nick, is it legal? That's why we have a 136-page court filing, right? So he's got to fund the commissary and get his socks and soap. Given the present circumstances, it is an abuse of the trustee's discretion to refuse those requests. Maybe if he's like, can I have some commissary money to get myself some socks and soap? You're like, well, you should have thought about that before you killed your parents. Like, what? No, I'm not down with withholding funds if legally he's entitled to them. Like, right? I'm fair. I'm going by what the law says. Like it or not, I got to abide by the law. So if he's entitled to the funds, have at it. Go ahead. Let's show America just how much it's going to cost to defend this young man. And then maybe we can have a conversation about the cost of defending yourself in the United States of America. Go beyond the veil. Go beyond the bullshit. Nick is currently awaiting trial on double homicide charges. No use of his funds could be more important. At a bare minimum, Nick is entitled to prompt determinations responding to his request with stated reasons for these determinations so that he may seek further court relief as needed. Well, since Nick's in jail, who's he going to sign power of attorney to oversee his funds? From a legal standpoint, should that be his attorney? Or is that murky? Murky waters? The stakes for Nick could not be higher, while the trustee unjustifiably continues to withhold the funds that are rightfully Nick's, and which must be released in their entirety no later than when he turns 35. He's like, I'm fine with half the money now. I'll wait on the rest when he turns 35. It's all good. As long as we know you're going to release it, it's all good. Nick has been unable to obtain even the small sums he. Nick was initially represented by Alan Jackson, one of the country's most sought-after criminal defense attorneys, who was retained by Nick's family the day after his arrest to defend him through trial. On January 7, 2026, Nick learned that Jackson and his firm were forced to withdraw because the anticipated funding did not materialize, and the public defender was appointed to take over Nick's defense. Since then, Nick has repeatedly asked that Jackson's firm resume its representation if funds become available. So Nick's all of a sudden got some real good clarity going on that he did not have the night he killed his parents. Was he high out of his mind? Didn't have a fucking clue what he was doing? No, he wasn't high at all. He was just off those bizarre meds or on the bizarre meds. All that's the reason. But now we got clarity and we want Alan Jackson. We know that for sure. Because what I did that night's pretty fucked up. I may or may not recall any of it. It depends on what Mr. Alan Jackson tells me I should say. A defense attorney's going to defense. A prosecutor's going to prosecute. Since then, Nick's repeatedly asked for Jackson's firm to come back on and represent if funds become available. He has made clear to the trustee that he wants and needs the funds in his own trust to be released so that he can pay for his criminal defense. These are not estate assets, and Nick does not seek them from his parents' estate. They are his own funds. Nick has no other means to pay for his legal expenses or for his basic support needs while incarcerated. Meanwhile, Jackson has reaffirmed not only that he stands ready, willing, and able to resume representation, but that he is committed to representing Nick and willing to consider reasonable alternatives to the original fee arrangement. Oh boy. Jackson's like, hold on. I might can have an alternative to some fees. But that's about it. And that'll come up in his declaration. Okay. The trustee of the Reiner Family Trust, also currently Paul Canine, has indicated that no part of those larger trusts will be released to Nick until after the criminal case is resolved, an issue that may need to be resolved by this court in a separate trust proceeding. So even if he's convicted, he's going after his estate inheritance. Maybe an issue that needs to be resolved by the court in a separate trust proceeding. What? Slayer law? Did I miss my... Oh, ow. All right, get back to my page. Unable for months to access his own funds or to secure the trustee's agreement to administer the trust as written, Nick has been left with no choice but to retain trust counsel and seek the court's intervention. The prejudice mounts with each passing day. Nick has a defense to present in the criminal case, and he is presently unable to fund it. Every additional week of delay is a week in which the counsel of his choice cannot investigate or prepare on his behalf. Prejudice to his defense that cannot be undone. Well, we already know you got a game plan, Mr. Jackson. It's just funding the game plan. The harm is irreparable, and it grows with each day the trust withholds the funds that are already Nick's. In the meantime, for reasons unknown to the petitioner, the trustee continues to deplete Nick's funds by paying lawyers to raise what? Trustee, sir, don't you be putting your hand in the cookie jar that's not yours. Whose authority gave you what? In the meantime, for reasons unknown to the petitioner, the trustee continues to deplete Nick's funds by paying lawyers to raise one reason or another for holding on to Nick's money for another 2 years, all of which violate the plain terms of the trust. So they're taking money out of the trust fund to pay for their own lawyers to say, no, here's why we're not giving him his money. I need all you lawyers to take all the seats for a moment and stop pretending you ain't in this for the fucking money. Some of you may have your heart in the right place, but we also know y'all make a lot of money. Damn it, man. I can't with that. I cannot with y'all I'm not being mean. I'm just saying y'all need to wake up and read the room and get with the real people who need real defenses every single day. Had to do a fundraiser, not me. Defense Diaries did one recently for Aaron Spencer. The man was absolutely justified in what he did that night, but they're over here having to fundraise in hopes of getting a defense going with lost evidence and weird video shit. Now they done dropped all the charges against the man after public outcry. After we say, hell no, we're not doing this. That's enough. But if that case hadn't been dropped, would the man have a fair defense? I don't know. I hear experts cost too much money. Ask Rick Allen's case. They Google shit on the witness stand because we couldn't afford to buy real experts. Judge said no on a make-believe trial. Anyway, focus. What Nick seeks is the administration of his trust according to its terms. He has deliberately confined this petition to the narrow question. The broader circumstances that have left the beneficiary of substantial trust unable to fund his own defense are not before the court today. Nick is the sole beneficiary of irrevocable trust his parents created for him alone, and the trustee is required by statute, by common law, and by the trust's own terms to administer it faithfully for Nick's sole and exclusive benefit. I bet there was a provision, upon our death, here's what you do with Nick's money. But how can you account for every little thing that may come up in Nick's life? Right? Who can I trust is going to make a solid decision about my son's life when he can't? Sorry, that's my phone telling me my kiddo is on the move. It's on silent, but for some reason that one thing never, which I don't mind, lets me know when he's moving around. Okay. Okay. What Nick seeks is the administration of the trust. Okay, let's go back down to here. The petition asks the court to require exactly that and nothing more. All right, jurisdiction and venue. Let me get my chat back up so I can see over here. I don't know if it's a divisive topic. We're just trying to figure out the law on it, right? The legality, if he got access to his money or not. He's got it, let him have it. Apparently, Alan Jackson needs it all. But whatever. To me, the biggest problem is the cost of defense in America today. That's the end of the story for me. That's what I'm trying to figure out, though, is what's going on with this law over here. If he's entitled to his money, then I'm not going to stop him if under the law he can get it. Because I kind of want it to happen so we can show everybody how much we got to do. Now, this is what it costs to defend yourself, Americans. You don't got a trust fund, you are shit out of luck. Beyond the bullshit. As the sole beneficiary of the trust, Nick is authorized to bring this petition pursuant to probate court to determine questions of construction of a trust instrument, to determine the existence or non-existence of a power or a right to instruct the trustee, and to pass upon the acts of the trustee, including the exercise and discretionary powers. Nick is also authorized under Section 16420 to, among other things, compel the trustee to perform his duties, enjoy a breach of trust, and compel readdress of the breach of trust and the payment of money. So I wonder when Michelle and Rob would have put safeguards in place before Nick turned 30, right? They know it's coming. These trust funds were set up when they were babies, and typically it's, some money out at college, maybe 25, 30 years old, they get more money and it goes on, whatever, however they set it up. So they knew it was coming when he turned 30. He was set to inherit his trust fund. But Michelle and Rob were still alive when he turned 30, and he did not inherit the trust fund. So I'm gonna. What are we doing with that part? Where's that? And then when they did it stipulate, if we pass, if Nick's still having these problems, trustee do this, this, and this. Like, that's what we don't know yet, right? Venue is proper in Los Angeles County, where the principal place of administration of the trust is located. Yeah, shouldn't that be a no-brainer? The parties. Petitioner Nick Reiner is the sole beneficiary of the trust at issue in this proceeding, which his parents created for his benefit. He is 32 years old and is currently in custody at the Twin Towers Correctional Facility in Los Angeles County. Respondent Paul Cannon is, as of this filing, the petitioner, or of this petition, the sole acting trustee of Nick's trust. He is referred to as Cannon or current trustee. Once they get all this money stuff situated, if they let Alan back on, seeing what his defense looks like, that's where the discussions are going to get good. That's when the controversy may come up, in my opinion. Yeah, like my sign over here says, the money is the root of all evil. And it ain't wrong. On January 28, 2026, Canaan's predecessor, Matthew Fishburne, appointed Canaan to serve as successor trustee upon his resignation. Huh. Effective February 27, 2026, Canaan accepted and has served as sole trustee since that date. So recent, this year. Why did Mr. Fishburne resign if that's who Michelle and Rob put in place to oversee the trust? Who figures all who gets to decide who takes over when he says I'm out? Like, you need to have a real trusted close friend that can also help oversee your estate, because these wealthy attorneys overseeing estates, are we sure they don't have hands in the cookie jars? I've heard things. High profile attorney out of California sitting in prison right now with Alzheimer's after bilking clients out of billions, millions. I'm not even sure how high it went, of all the money that he won for them in civil cases, airline crash victims. It goes on and on and on. He took a lot of money from those people. Same thing Alex Murdaugh was doing down there to the housekeeper's boys with the damn insurance money and all the clients he bilked out of money. Maybe there's some eyes upon Mr. Fishburne. He's like, oh, peace out on this. Speculation station. I heard that on that one girl's stream. Okay. Canaan is also the current trustee of the Reiner Family Trust. So was he always been the family trust estate, and then Fishburne was Nick's kid trust guy? And that guy's like, no, I got to go. You take over all of it. Okay. So Canaan is also the current trustee of the Reiner Family Trust. On May 12th of 2026, petitioner's objection to his resigning before addressing urgent outstanding trust administrative issues, Canaan executed an instrument providing that his resignation will be effective on the earlier of Nick's written consent, June 11. What's going on? Respondent Jody Montgomery is incoming successor trustee selected by Canaan. Who is she? She's referred to as Montgomery, or incoming successor. Montgomery accepted Canaan's nomination May 12, 2026. Like, they have a bunch of people in California, like, we'll be trustees of estates. Just pick me. How do you come up with these people? Where do they come from? What's their background? What's their abilities? Thank God I'm not wealthy like that. Jesus Christ, all my money's causing all this? Like, fuck. People do weird stuff for their money. I ain't never seen a hearse with a luggage rack, though. Like, I never. Statement of relevant facts. Yeah, let's get into that. Nick's inability to fund his criminal defense. Nick was previously represented by his criminal case by Alan Jackson of Worksman Jackson and Quinn LLP, who is among the country's most respected and sought after criminal defense attorneys. I wonder why. Karen Reed, Fraser Brom, Nick Reiner. What's that weird guy? We watched that whole trial over there at Publicly Buzz back when Alan was the prosecutor. What's it? Phil Spector? Oh boy. On December 15, 2025, the day after Nick's arrest, a representative of the Reiner family contacted Jackson about the urgent need for criminal defense counsel. Remember, Alan came out and said that. He got that early morning phone call, emergency, we need you. And Alan said, I dropped everything and ran. Cha-ching. I mean, let me get the car started. Airplane, whatever. I don't know where he was. He could have been down there in Canton doing some stuff. I don't know where he was. Trying to chase old Proctor around. I need your deposition, man. Come here. I got other shit to do today. Come, get over here, Proctor. I got things to do. Haven't you heard? I'm highly sought after. I am here for his theatrics, though. See, I got a love-hate relationship, y'all. It could go either way. All right. Am I being too much? Let me see what chat's saying, because if I'm being too much, I'll slow my roll. The justice system in our country is effed up. Yeah, it is. It's very different, Cassandra. We seeing it, right? We are seeing it. And we can't pretend we're not. We can't unsee it. Don't pretend to be blind, people. That's not a good look. Dude, don't do it. You make yourself not look intelligent when you go acting like that. Oh, Lordy. Well, they're saying Kimberly Green was equipped to take the case. Jackson said a little while ago in the interview, we heard that, that public defender, they had a defense, but the all those other stuff, word salad followed. To me, you get what you get. If you're assigned a public defender, you're getting what you get. We all know that. Right? We know that. But when are we going to demand a change? So that public defender can now have the access to the same expert as a high-powered profile attorney could get. That's the conversation I'm ready to have. But there's defense attorneys out there who probably go, oh, God, don't do that. Please. Don't. It's okay. They can calm down. It's just little old me over here. I'm not a lawyer. All right, so the day after his arrest, the rep of the Reiner family contacted Jackson about the urgent need for criminal defense. Following conferences with the family representatives and Nick's siblings, Jackson's firm agreed to undertake the defense. So he says Nick's siblings were there, they're present with the representative, right? And they all agree for him to undertake the defense, subject to a retainer agreement and funding, with the siblings agreeing to act as third-party payers. After All of that was agreed upon, and Alan came out and started speaking on mental health and system failures. The siblings bowed out on paying Alan Jackson. I know that was missed by a lot of people. But I said, checkmate, what just happened? So I'm curious to see how it all plays out going forward, see if my theory was correct. Nick was the client. Jackson made clear that his siblings, as third party payers, would have no authority to direct the representation, dictate strategy, or control the defense, which belonged to Nick alone. Huh. So as they're meeting and having discussions on how to proceed with this defense, did y'all butt heads? They're like, "What? Sir, you don't know our brother like we do. What are you doing? You're going to do what?" Tell me more, 'cause I know there is. Nick executed a retainer agreement on December 17, 2025. Oh, based on the representations and assurances, Jackson accepted the engagement. I'll engage on The Price is Right. In reliance of the family's representations that the fee would be funded, Jackson's firm gave the case immediate priority over the course of the following weeks, devoting extensive time and resources to investigation and developing Nick's defense, including client meetings, custody visits, discovery review, legal and factual research, investigative coordination, expert consultation, and subpoena, and witness related work. Boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. On January 7, 2026, Nick learned that Jackson's firm was forced to withdraw because the anticipated funding from his siblings would not be provided. The Los Angeles County Public Defender's Office was appointed to represent Nick and remains his counsel to date. That same day, Nick issued a written directive requesting that Jackson's firm resume its representation if and when the funds became available, and directing the public defender to assist in facilitating that transition. Since then, Nick has repeatedly reaffirmed his wish and intention to re-engage Jackson as his team as private counsel or criminal counsel if funds can be released. For their part, Jackson and his firm stand ready, willing, and able to resume representation of Mr. Reiner in the criminal matter. Having performed substantial work in the initial phase, their familiarity with the matter would enable them to resume representation efficiently and effectively. In other words, that public defender really ain't done a whole lot except try to get funds released. Okay. Jackson remains committed to representing Nick and is willing to consider reasonable alternatives to the original fee arrangement, including modified fee amounts, payment timing, and other funding structures, if doing so would facilitate the release of funds necessary for Nick to retain counsel and mount an effective defense. Now, I didn't jump on the Alan Jackson bandwagon just because he represented Karen Reed, and oh my God, every word that falls out of his mouth from here on out is golden. No, so y'all, we should not do that, right? Case by case. In early April of 2026, still unable to access his trust or even obtain a copy of it, Nick met with his public defender, Kimberly Green, and Anita Wu of Brown, Neri, Smith, and Kahn to discuss legal representation for trust litigation. He retained Wu and her law firm to represent him in connection with the trust matters, to pursue the release of funds from his trust and or the Reiner family trust. Alan, you said in your interview y'all didn't want to touch that. Huh. But we may have to because that 1.5 may not cut it. Is that what you just said? Anyway, I don't know. I can't speak for him. And or the Reiner family trust to pay for his legal fees and other basic support needs. Words matter in court documents, and it says right there, and or the Reiner family trust. Legal fees, basic support needs. I think they were providing basic support needs with a cush place to live in the backyard and all that. Ugh, had it made in the shade. I don't. Maybe he was mad because he couldn't get his money. In a directive issued to the trustee on April 24th of 2026, Nick reaffirmed, "It remains my intent and my strong preference that Alan Jackson and his team resume the representation of me in the criminal matter as soon as funding can be released." He authorized and directed his trust counsel to negotiate directly with Jackson's firm on behalf regarding possible alternative fee amounts and structures, and he formally requested that the trustee work with his counsel to arrange and promptly as possible for the release of funds. Alan's like, here's a payment plan. Here's the schedule for the plan. Just, okay, good. Sign right here. And you send the checks accordingly to the payout plan. Okay. You lawyers know how to do all that. Y'all get at it. Well, they are. We're just reading about it. Okay. The trustee works with his counsel to arrange as promptly as possible for the release of the funds or any alternative fees lesser the amount may be agreed to by worksman. Yeah, okay, yeah, y'all agree about the money. Whatever. You're lying. We whatever. The money amount won't change. Just how much we're willing to take on installments might change. Make it a little easier, a little more manageable. We'll lower the payment, but extend them. That helps, right? Yeah, we're good. Nick emphasized in his directive to trustee, time is of the essence. I believe that prompt re-engagement of Jackson's firm is critical to avoid further jeopardizing my defense in the criminal matter. Time don't matter to me. We got the right to a speedy trial, though. Nonetheless, as set forth more fully below, Nick's persistent efforts to secure funds from his own trust have been met only with delay in inaction. Well, he does have a right to speedy trial and all of that, so they might drag this out for forever. Who knows? Did he waive his right to a speedy trial yet, or has Alan not made decision? What's going on over there? We don't know what the attorneys have done, except say we have a defense here and it's going to cost lots of money. The Nick Reiner Children's Trust. The trust that is the subject of this proceeding, the Nick Reiner Trust, is a separate trust that Nick's parents established on December 2nd, 1993, months after he was born, for his individual benefit. Nick is its sole beneficiary. Gosh, got born, and just a few months after being born, he had a trust worth over $1 million set up. 14 months for Butterfly, coming in hot. I love it. Thank you, guys. My mod team's amazing. Thank you for being here. I don't know how much he's requesting per hour. Does Jackson have a standard set amount? Right? He's over here willing to adjust fees or not adjust the fee, I think, but the way you pay the fee. We're a little confusing with the word salad over there. They made this trust irrevocable and explicitly provided that it may not be altered or amended in any respect and may not be determined except by making the distributions the trust requires. They made this trust. Okay. Nick's parents created similar separate trusts for each of Nick's siblings. The Jake Reiner Children's Trust was created. They got their fucking information all over it. December 18 of 92. Romy's was created May of 98. The three individual children's trusts are entirely separate from the larger Reiner family trust, of which Nick and his siblings are also beneficiaries. The asset of the Reiner estate are held by larger Reiner family trust, which may become the subject of separate trust proceedings. This petition does not implicate those trusts. Their only significance here is that part of his own trust, Nick currently has no other source of funding his legal fees or basic support while incarcerated. The terms of Nick's trust are straightforward. The trust income is accumulated and added to principal. On Nick's 30th birthday, the trustee was required to distribute 1/2 of the balance of the trust to him outright, and on his 31st or 35th birthday, the entire remaining balance must be distributed to him. These two distribution points are mandatory and non-discretionary. The trust mandates that when the beneficiary shall attain the following pages, the trust shall be distributed to that beneficiary. But his parents were alive when he turned 30 and he didn't freaking get it. So they did something, obviously. Or they're just like, you know what, we don't care, we ain't gonna do shit. You're not getting it, right? Take your ass back to the guest house. Oh, man. Nick's parents do not condition these distributions on any Nick's parents did not condition these distributions on any evaluation or determination by the trustee, nor authorize any continuing oversight over the funds once released. I don't know about that. Because it doesn't sound like he's had access to it at all from the time before they pass. They're not giving him access to his money. Until all the trust assets have been fully distributed upon Nick's 35th birthday, the trust also authorizes the trustee to make discretionary distributions from the trust to Nick as needed for his proper and reasonable support, maintenance, health, and education, taking into consideration any income or other resources of the beneficiary known to the trustee. What's this footnote say? Petitioner is informed and believes the counsel for the trustee of the Reiner Family Trust, known as Canaan, has indicated that no distributions from those trusts can be made to Nick until after his guilt or innocence has been adjudicated in the criminal proceeding. Of course, the catch is that Nick's ability to access funds, re-engage his private criminal counsel is critical to his ability to prepare and present his legal defense on the matters. In any event, Nick is entitled by law to a presumption of innocence, and he remains. They know. His parents absolutely had something in place, and they're like, oh, we do not care. Huh. It's almost like a slap in their face if that's true, right? If they had provisions in place to safeguard this estate from him, this is almost like a slap in their face. Not only did he murder you, but now we're going to fight and get all your money so he can be defended for why he murdered you, because the system you paid thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to help him failed him. Okay. The trustee's refusal to release Nick's mandatory age 30 distribution. The terms of Nick's trust ambiguously required the trustee to release 1/2 of the trust balance when Nick turned 30. Nick turned 30 years old on September 14, 2023. At the time, the mandatory age 30 distribution became due and payable to him as a matter of rights. He did not receive it when he turned 30 or at any point after that. Why is that? Right? Why? Mr. Jackson, do you care to elaborate? Could I get a comment? Or are we going to touch on that later? It doesn't matter what his parents wanted, apparently. Karen Reed afforded those lawyers. There was so much money raised to fund that defense, and according to Karen Reed, she had to sell everything, her house, everything's gone. I mean, she did pay a lot of money, but there was a lot of money. I don't know what all went on over there for years. I didn't even look at that case prior to the second trial because to me it was a shit show happening, and I didn't want any part of that yuckiness I saw happening on the internet. Because I just knew that's the way of the future in these high-profile cases, and I wasn't wrong. But I don't get into all that mess. I don't know what's going on over there in Canton or on the internet with all of them people in that Karen Reed situation. But yeah, there were money raised for defense there. I mean, there was a fundraiser for Delphi's defense, right? There was a fundraiser recently for Aaron Spencer's defense. It's not going to be uncommon going forward when Alan Jackson keeps telling us how much it cost. Y'all get ready to hold yours. Something you accidentally get caught up in something that you may or may not have done. We'll hold a big fundraiser for you and see if we can't get Alan Jackson for you. So the big bad python state can't stick it to the little guy and bury you on fake evidence and shitty ass forensic work and bad investigations and now see, we should be concerned about the cost of defending ourselves in this country because we got shitty cops running around out there. Look at Pima County and look at Canton. And we got weird shit in Kentucky happening in there, whatever that was, between the judge and the sheriff. Oh, it is scary out there. Now we got to pay all this money. Oh, note to self, stay the fuck out of trouble. Stay at home. Best advice. Watch your mouth on the internet. People get sue happy out here and slap stalking injunctions all over the place. You talked about me and hurt me feelings. You hurt me feels. Not acceptable. All right, back to the focus again. Time to focus. Matthew Fishburne was the acting trustee of Nick's Trust when the mandatory age 30 distribution became due. So while his parents were alive, Fishburne was in place to oversee the trust. Fishburne served as trustee of the trust from January 25 of 2023 until February 27 of 2026. 2025, 2023. So not long before Nick's turning 30, Rob and Michelle were like, uh-oh. We had no idea 30 years ago this boy was going to be this way. Immediately after Nick retained trust counsel in early April of 2026, his counsel informed Kanan that Nick never received his mandatory age 30 distribution and that it still needed to be paid. Did the attorneys not like, well, Nick, why didn't your parents release it to you? I don't know, my clarity has disappeared. I may or may not be a lucid dreamer. Among other things, Nick's counsel asked that Kanan promptly provide information regarding the amount that should have been paid, as well as the interest and income earned on that amount since Nick's 30th birthday. So we got 2 years of interest we've incurred added to the funds. And the payment be distributed without delay. On April 24th, 2026, in a formal written directive to the trustee, Nick again reiterated that he had not received this distribution when he turned 30 or otherwise and renewed his request that it be released promptly. Man. Throughout April, May, and May of 2026, Nick repeatedly asked through counsel for information about the amount of mandatory age 30 distribution and asked that it be immediately released. The current trustee continued to delay, refusing to distribute it. As for most of April of 2026, Canaan's counsel represented that he was still trying to gain access to the trust accounts and records, and was unable to confirm the value of the character of the trust asset and had reason to believe that Nick already received half the trust corpus when he turned 30. How can y'all have such messy record keeping over there in such a high stakes estate? It's a lot of money for, well, we might have paid him, might not have. Hold on, let me find the paperwork. Let me go dig it up. They probably should rethink who they put in charge of their money out there in Cali. Huh. Let's go dig up the paperwork and we'll figure it out in a minute. He might have got paid. We don't know. Reason to believe that Nick already received half of the trust. What does his siblings say? Did they testify to interview them and ask them why? Yay. We need more. As Nick's counsel repeatedly emphasized, Nick had no knowledge of receiving such a significant sum in the past 2 years and certainly had not spent it. Would Nick know? I felt like the safeguards were in place on the trust fund because Nick may have been burning through money from time to time like it was nothing. It's crazy. All right. Hold on one second. Okay. The fact that, let's see. Nick had no knowledge of receiving such a significant sum in the past 2 years and certainly had not spent it. And so, if the distribution had in fact been made, they would immediately need to know where the money was transferred so that they could locate and retrieve the amount. What do we got? Phantom bank accounts? Which account did it go into? We got to track it down. Can we find it? Wow. So the problems you could have. Huh. I got so much money in all these accounts. I don't know which one it's floating around in. Like, can I have 24 hours to figure it out? Wow, that's wild. They would immediately need to know where the money was transferred so that they could locate and retrieve the amount. Nick's counsel also reiterated the urgent need to know how much money was held by Nick's trust and the amount available for his legal fees. On May 6, 2026, Canaan's counsel reported that they had finally confirmed that the mandatory age 30 distribution had not been made to Nick on his 30th birthday from the trust primary account at JP Morgan. Of course, it was at JP Morgan. Of course, which has long held virtually all of the trust assets. So they have confirmed Nick did not receive that payout at 30 while his parents were still alive. Shout it from the rooftops in case somebody didn't hear it. On May 6, 2026, Canaan's counsel reported that they had finally confirmed about the distribution had not been made to Nick after his 30th birthday. Nonetheless, Canaan still refused to make the distribution, representing that his investigation was ongoing and that he did not yet have complete records for a different trust account at City National Bank. which has held only a few $100s at any given point in recent history. Oh, is that the account mommy and daddy would drop some cash into just in case Nick gets hungry out there when he's wandering around the streets of LA? Speculation. As Nick's attorney wrote to Canaan's counsel on May 11, 2026, the continued delays were frustrating and perplexing. And Wu explained, perplexing and frustrating to follow the fucking ledger of where the money went? They need new accountants. How do they manage? More than 10 weeks after Canaan formally began serving as the trustee, we still do not know basic facts about the trust that your client has been administrating. The trustee claims to not even know what Nick received to not even know whether Nick received the mandatory distribution of half of the trust balance 2 years ago when he turned 30. This should not be an open question. Your client is in direct communication with the prior trustee who should have made that distribution. Oh, that's true though. They should freaking know, or not a hold on, let me go look kind of thing. Wouldn't the trustee know if the money was paid out? It's Lord. As she reiterated, given that the trust currently has more than 1.5 million in assets, if Nick had in fact already received half of the trust 2 years ago, this would have been distributed of more than $1 million. If such a distribution was in fact made without Nick's knowledge, then they would Nick's like, damn, I had some money, didn't know it. When they would need the transaction details immediately so that the transfer of the funds could be located and retrieved. They, poor court people, with all these damn documents, 136 pages to say all of this. As Wu further explained, it was hard to mitigate that, as Canaan was suggesting, one half of the trust assets were held in a money market account, earning only a fraction of percent interest. Oh boy, y'all digging into them financials. Where's that financial forensic accountant? LA's full of them. It's a big deal when they get divorced out there. What you spending money on? What you spending money on? Hold on, our forensic accountant will figure it out in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How dare you? You've been doing that behind my back. I'll see you in divorce court, buddy. Oh yeah, we had a prenup. I can see them people are weird out there. Okay. Weirdos. They make so much freaking money doing come on, making movies, singing a song. Yay, you got some talent, but is it worth all that money? And then it's all a messy, messy situation. You got to have all these trust funds. You got to have all these lawyers. Ew. I'd feed the world. I heard they was hungry. I'd probably give it all away, and somebody would say, girl, slow down. You got to have your own place to live. That's just me. And that's exactly what I would do because I know me that well. A distribution of this magnitude also would be evident from the fiduciary income tax returns to the trust, which Canaan already had in his possession. On May 21, 2026, 12 weeks after Canaan became the trustee of Nick's trust, and after countless phone calls, emails, and letters from Nick's trust attorney, Canaan finally confirmed that, as Nick had long stated, he did not receive the mandatory age 30 distribution, 1/2 payout. Okay, we know. Even after acknowledging that Nick never received the distribution, Canaan still continued to withhold it based on still more shifting justifications. For example, Canaan's attorney stated that their investigation into whether or not the trust requires or leaves the trustee to make a distribution at 30 is ongoing and all complete. They're skimming over the part about why his parents didn't give it to him. Was there some kind of document in place? giving instructions to the trustee. It sounds like they're just like, no, that never existed. The trustee just didn't give it to him. And Rob and Michelle were like, oh, that's cool. We made you trustee. You make all the decisions. We're just over here chilling. Something's wrong. Something's not quite right. In another attempt to evade responsibility, Canaan's counsel asserted that Canaan was not acting as successor trustee on Nick's 30th birthday. So are we implying that one of these trustees had his hands in the cookie jar? Or like they were doing nefarious? If I was a trustee and you're coming at me like you didn't pay this client what was due to them, well, here's exactly why. Here's exactly why. I'm not about to get in trouble. I'm just the trustee. I can be held legally accountable, right? Here's why. It should be that damn easy. But instead, we got 136 pages of word salad back and forth. And I have yet to see why Michelle and Rob didn't give that boy his $1 million when he turned 30. There was a reason they didn't. However, as Nick's counsel explained, simply does not relieve the trustee of his obligation to make the mandatory. Let's see. I got to go back up and finish this part. In another attempt to evade the responsibility, Canaan's counsel asserted that Canaan was not acting as successor trustee on Nick's 30th birthday. Canaan had no duty to examine the books and records of the predecessor trustee and was entitled to accept as the full trust estate. They're going to shift blame from Fishburne to the other guy, to Canaan, right? And back and forth, like whatever. One of y'all better get your shit together real fast because you're both managing millions of dollars. And this is how you manage it. Anybody out there that has these two people on your trustee stuff, you might want to go take a look at your shit. Go look at your records, man. Don't be out there in the dark going, oh, they got it. Canaan and Fishburne, they got this. I just go and enjoy my luxury lifestyle in my mansion. They got this. I could not do that. I'm too much of a control freak about my own shit. Like, no, hell no, get out of here. Fishburne transfer. If I got so much money, I can't manage it my own self. Like, wow. All right. Based on this, Canaan's counsel concluded, to the extent that Fishburne failed to make the required distribution at the time, any such failure occurred before Canaan's appointment and cannot be attributed to him. I really don't care which one is. Like, I'm not blaming one of these guys as at fault unless one of y'all took Nick's money. Now, if Michelle and Rob did the payout and you're like, oh, they won't notice. Nick damn sure won't notice. But wouldn't Nick be coming up to mom and dad saying, hey, where's my money? I'm 30 now. I didn't get my funds. It's lost in space. However, as Nick's counsel has explained, it simply does not relieve the trustee of his obligation to make a mandatory age 30 distribution upon actual notice and confirmation. We got to go scrolling down to declarations if they're in here. Let me see what chat's saying. With Jackson, you're looking at him working 7 days a week. Really? Plus, I'm not meaning that sarcastic to you, Debbie, but no. He's got a lot of clients. Haven't y'all heard? He's not a one at a time kind of guy. I expect him to work, but I don't expect him to think he's so worth. I'd rather pay a surgeon to save a child's life more money. Do you get what I'm saying? There has to be a time when society says, what are we doing? And this is enough. People can't even get surgeries because it costs so much money. The haves and the have-nots. I'm sure Alan will work. Well, he'll work 7 days a week and split the cases that he's covering, or not covering, but defending right now, maybe. He's real busy out there in that Karen Reed stuff still. He's got, we already know 2 deposition dates coming up, June and July for that. I don't know what's going on down there in Fraser Brahm's case right now. Plus, we got all this Nick stuff. So, yeah, 10-hour a day. I don't know when his wife ever sees him, but I guess it's worth it. I guess that luxury lifestyle's worth it. If only everybody worked so hard, right? Kanan has most recently asserted that he has unresolved concerns regarding Nick's capacity to make sound decisions and adequately protect his own interests. Well, I think we can understand why Kanan would be concerned he murdered his parents. He goes to a party with his parents, shows out at the party allegedly, returns to the home with his parents, and brutally attacks them and murders them in their own home. We shouldn't be concerned about unresolved concerns about Nick, right? Better get busy working, Mr. Jackson. According to Kanan, his concerns about Nick's incompetence warrant further investigation before any substantial distribution can prudently be made. On that basis, Kanan has refused to release the age 30 distribution until he has met directly with Nick for the purported purpose of assessing his competence. Is that not allowed? He's not the expert, is he? Wink, wink. He's not an expert. He's just a trustee. Maybe you should hire someone to take along with him who is. Like, I need to hire my own expert witness, defense, whatever I need to call him today. Competence tester. I need to hire me a competence tester. Kanan's competence concerns rest on two trust provisions. And the trust definition of incompetence. What is the trust definition of incompetence? It's in paragraph 9.6. But neither permits him to withhold the distribution. As Nick's counsel has repeatedly explained, Nick's competence is neither relevant to nor or there's language in there about Nick's competence. This shit wouldn't even be hold on, let's get down to it, Mr. Jackson. You know I know. But neither permits him to withhold the distribution. As Nick's counsel has repeatedly explained, Nick's competence is neither relevant to nor a basis for withholding that mandatory distribution for several independent reasons. First, the distribution required by paragraph 4.5 are mandatory. 4.5 ambiguously provides that the trustee shall distribute 1/2 of the balance of the trust to Nick upon his 30th birthday and the remaining balance when he turns 35. These distributions are non-discretionary. The trust does not authorize the trustee to condition these distribution points at any subjective assessment by the trustee as to Nick's intended use of the funds. So was it his parents' discretion? And now they're no longer here. It's not the trustee's discretion automatically? It didn't default? I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. Second, even if Nick were incompetent as defended by the trust, the trust does not authorize the trustee to withhold a mandatory distribution from an incompetent beneficiary. The trustee's reliance on paragraph 6.16 is misplaced. 16.16 does not give the trustee the discretion to refuse or withhold distribution altogether. It only gives the trustee the discretion to modify the manner of distribution, and that is underlined. Restructuring fee. Remember what Alan said? Manner of distribution to an incompetent beneficiary. In such event, rather than making the distribution directly to the beneficiary, the trustee is authorized to release the money to a payee or fiduciary. Okay, cha-ching for Mr. Jackson. Nick has already expressly consented in writing to multiple alternative channels for payment. including direct transfer to his attorneys as payment for his legal fees. It pays to read a bunch of damn court documents. Okay, Nick. The trust specifically denies the requirements for a beneficiary to be deemed incompetent with the meaning of the trust. The trustee does not dispute that these requirements have not been met. There is no judicial declaration that Nick is incompetent, nor has been determined to the lack capacity of written in of the consent. California law presumes that Nick has the capacity to make decisions and take responsibility for those decisions. Notably, this presumption applies even for a person with a mental or physical disorder. The trustee's unsubstantiated concerns are insufficient to overcome this statutory presumption. None of the sophisticated and experienced attorneys who have met with and represented Nick in recent months has raised any issue with Nick's ability to understand the nature and consequences of the criminal proceedings. So if Nick got clarity real quick, like after he murdered his parents, what was causing all that unclarity when he's showing out at the party and then just decides to murder them? What was going on that night? And the days leading up, the interview room just got through telling me how important the days leading up to the event were. I'm trying to be a good investigator, not get the tunnel vision and not go, oh my God, the headlines and the shiny. I want the fucking deets, man. Like, give me the deets. All right. Mhm. The trustees asserted concern. He understands everything. Okay. The trustees asserted concern about Nick's capacity to exercise consistently good judgment in matters concerning the management of the trust estate. Now, if Nick's not using, right, he's in jail and he's on certain meds, maybe he does have some clarity back, right? But at the same time, does Nick recognize what he did that night? I guess we'll get there in trial. But I'm wondering, since Nick all of a sudden, now he's got clarity and he's thinking straight, how is he sitting with the reality of what he did? Is he so used to blaming other things all his life that he's, it's not my fault that this, and that happened? Fifth, the trustees asserted concern about Nick's capacity to exercise consistently good judgment in the matters concerning the management of the trust estate is wholly inapplicable here. To begin with, under paragraph 9.6, which are such capacity would need to be evidenced by a written statement of 2 licensed physicians, right, for Nick to be incompetent under the trust. So I was about to say, even the siblings would know that was a provision in place. You would have to have exams, or like Nick's going to fight for his money. Well, Nick's going to have to prove that he's competent enough to take that on, right? Especially if provisions are in place. So it says here, such capacity would need to be evidenced by written statement of 2 licensed physicians for Nick to be incompetent under the trust. I wonder, for fundamentally, the age 30 distribution came due more than 2.5 years ago and should long been, it should have been paid, but it wasn't. So why? Funds distributed to a beneficiary cease to be part of the trust estate. Funds distributed to a beneficiary cease to be part of the estate, trust estate, which the trust defines as all the property held in trust by the trustee. Once distributed, the funds belong to Nick, and decisions about how he applies his own financial resources are simply not decisions concerning the management of the trust estate. Okay, I had to yell at the grandson to let the puppy outside. She's barking. She's like, let me outside. I love it out there. It's my jams. I have to force her to come back in sometimes. It's crazy. The little dog is nuts. Smart, but nuts. I got my work cut out for me with that one. But she's come along quite nicely, I have to say. All right. I'm going to see if we scroll down and if Nick's is Alan's declaration in here. I didn't go through this whole thing and look through it all. So they're going to go back and forth about Canaan's asserted position, the incoming successor, the trustee, the Montgomery's role. Very important first step in Montgomery's trust administration. She would like for Nick to meet with her and a criminal consultant she hired to discuss his case with him. A criminal consultant. Lawyers need to hire criminal consultants? Canaan's counsel has further stated that whether it is Canaan who conducts such a meeting or Montgomery, either event, a direct meeting with Nick and the acting trustee is necessary before the mandatory distribution will be made. Consistent with Canaan's asserted position, counsel for the incoming successor, trustee Montgomery, has stated, as a very important first step in Montgomery's trust administration, she would like for Nick to meet with her and a criminal consultant she has hired. The fuck? That's a new set of experts I have not heard of yet. What qualifies somebody as a criminal consultant? How much is that? Society, we're right here, ma'am. We can consult all day long and twice on Sunday. Okay, they got to hire a criminal consultant now and go visit with Nick to discuss his case with him. There was an email about that. Notably, even before her appointment became effective, Montgomery hired a consultant, Robin Sachs. I don't even like the last name. Presumably at Nick's expense. The purported purpose of advising Montgomery about the criminal proceedings and how we can best help Nick with what limited trust funds he does have. Back it up. Notably, even before her appointment became effective, Montgomery hired a consultant, Robin Sachs, presumably at Nick's expense, for the purported purpose of advising Montgomery about the criminal proceedings and how we can best help Nick with what limited trust funds he does have, knowing that some will need to be preserved to benefit him for the rest of his life. Also, Montgomery requested that Nick's public defender to discuss the criminal case. I'm done, I'm dead. What are they doing? And they think that we're just going to go, oh, that is what's happening. We got to hire criminal consultants now to discuss and meet and discuss the case and how, what's our best course of action with limited funds, Mr. Consultant? Thank you for your time. Here's your payment at the client's expense. Couldn't do it without you. Neither could they. Wink, wink. The fuck are y'all doing out there with your made up titles? Criminal consultant. Maybe that's what I'm going to be from now on. I'm thinking about that. I'm like, damn, I could have made myself that. Okay, whatever. Vanessa, he's mentally ill, and well, we know he's had the substance abuse issues for decades. We've known that, right? He's been in and out of rehabs. Yes, there's been some mental illness. I think everybody that's kind of followed the case a little bit right now is really aware of all of that, right? If they aren't, they really should be. I'm not going to give people on drugs an excuse or an out for a damn thing they do in life, because every fucking day we got a choice to wake up and make a decision about how we choose to live our own personal lives. And by God, it's at some point we got to be accountable for our own actions and decisions. So I'm not going to give him an out because he was a drug addict. Ever. But it's no secret the man had issues with his drugs and with his mental health. The defense is going to go after the very industry that was supposed to get him better and failed. That's my opinion, and I'm sticking to that until I see otherwise. So I don't think, no question about Nick's mentality. Right now, he appears to have clarity because he's not using at the moment because he's locked up in the jail. Although he's probably got access to something in there. Truth be known. Everybody wants to. If we're going to fight drugs, by God, let's fight them. Every fucking day I had a choice to wake up to, and I will live and die with the choices I've made. And I've been sitting in a hard position knowing how easily I could have turned to anything to get it off my mind. But knowing, thank God I had the strength to know better. And don't think it was easy. When you're hit with something devastating, you don't know what the fuck you'll do. Right? But you got a choice every day to do the right thing. Every single day. And when you're not willing to listen to your loved ones, hey, bitch, slow your roll. Something's wrong. If you're not willing to listen to that with an open mind, I just go do some self-work. I don't know, that kind of thing. But these excuses and all the sugar coatings we're doing across the board anymore, to me, I'm done with it all. The political correctness, to give everybody an out, give everybody the benefit of the doubt. They can't help it. They were this, they were that. Enough is enough. And that was nothing directly to you, just that comment got my train of thought going on that, right? Because I've been thinking about that. I just think about that kind of shit all the time. Like we are not, we're living on the surface. And I think that's where everything got out of hand. When we chose to live on the surface. Not us. We were kind of forced into it. We were told that was the easiest way to do it. Y'all just go live on the surface. Leave the hard stuff to us and they, whoever the fuck they are. Apparently, it's high-profile defense attorneys and all their experts, including criminal consultants now. The trust does not grant the trustee any sort of continuing oversight over Nick's use of the money for the rest of his life. The worse still, Kanan, Montgomery, and Sachs are not Nick's lawyers, and their communication with him are not privileged. Well, as a lawyer, I would be like, yeah, you can interview my client, but I'm going to sit right there while you do it. See, I'm not anti-defense attorneys. I am so not. I'm for fair. I'm not scared to call it what it is, right? I'll sit in on it. Hell, Ann Taylor was going to be allowed to observe Brian Koberger being examined by the doctors. This is not abnormal. It's very fucking normal. Substantive discussion about his criminal case, his defense strategy, and criminal counsel's work would be subject to be compelled disclosure and would remain under protective order. Such discussions are simply not appropriate. The failure of the trustees' failure to address Nick's request for discretionary distribution. So he's already asked him for some of his money. The trust authorizes the trustee to make discretionary distributions. See, it does say that they do. Proper and reasonable support, they're wanting the money, and then they go on about how he's not getting it for his basic needs again. I'm not going to reread all that. To date, the only money that Kanan has released from Nick's trust is a payment made for fees previously incurred by Jackson. The amount had been owed to Jackson's firm since January of 2026 and was not distributed until April 30th of 2026, 9 weeks after Canaan began serving as trustee. Nick is informed and believes that Canaan was notified no later than early March 2026 about the outstanding amount owed to Jackson for past work and was asked to pay that sum from Nick's trust. Nonetheless, it was not until after Nick retained counsel to represent him in trust matters and after repeated requests by Nick's counsel, including written requests on April 7th, 10th, 13th, 16th, 27th, 28th, and the 29th, that Canaan finally released the payment on April 30th. Oh, okay, so we got a little payment went down on April 30th. Jackson's like, y'all got the rest of it released yet? Man. Ah. Is this one of those cases where we have mixed bags of feelings? I don't know. You think he was an entitled, arrogant ass? A lot of them were, but right now, when I'm trying to when I go, a lot of them are. That's what we'll say about all them California trust fund kids. That's to me a given, right? Um, Probably spoiled rotten, never got told no, all the things. Even that the yoga lady talked about it, and the meltdowns and all the things, but that's not my concern at the moment, right? I have to kind of like compartmentalize things each section at a time, sometimes each section at a time almost. And right now, if he's legally entitled to his money, he's legally entitled to his money. What I feel about him personally doesn't even matter, right? If he's entitled to it, he's entitled to it. If he's not, he's not. I still think the bigger issue is, why does it cost so much to defend ourselves in America? Even if people like this that did it, Mickey Steins did it, but we have to be careful when we take away their right to defend themselves in the way they see fit to do so. I may not agree with it and I might throw shade at it, but I don't mean I'm not like here for the process, right? Kind of like when I have to go watch certain interviews that I hate to have to watch, but I do it anyway. And I'm not picking the person apart because they moved funny or they shifted or they're not telling the truth. Please let them talk because I'm taking notes that I promise you've done missed half of it while you tear down their weird behavior. You're not listening because you're watching. Not you particularly. I'm just, these thoughts cross my mind. I keep, but yeah, this arrogant kid, he's probably always been arrogant, right? But a lot of them are just because that's their nature anymore. When you got all that kind of money, you never get told no, you're going to be arrogant. Hell, I see little arrogant kids at the ballpark. You know why? Because that arrogant parent's sitting right behind them. I'm just saying. Petitioner is informed and believes that the continued delays associated with releasing Nick's funds, legal, whatever I said, or even information about the available amount are the result of the trustee's refusal to administer the trust according to its terms and to the discharge. We don't know what the terms are, though. We see it says payout at 30, but something happened to cause that not to happen. Like, that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of that shit, right? What caused that? Duh, it's obvious he didn't get it. Obvious y'all want it, but I want to get to why he didn't get it to start with. Damn it, that matters right now. No use of Nick's funds, and that's what I'm looking for in this 136-page pile of shit document. No use of Nick's funds could be more critical than Nick's legal fees and his basic support while incarcerated. Damn it. Socks and fucking something to drink. The trustees abandoned of the trust and its beneficiary. In addition to the trustees' many substantive excuses for the delays in providing the requested information and distributions, petitioner is informed and believes therein the alleged alleges that the current trustee, Canaan, also attempted to use the trustee's succession process against the beneficiary's interest and to avoid administering the trust. See, they're just like, we're languaging out. And Rachel, I'm assuming you meant the arrogance was coming from Nick. I just thought about that. If that you meant somebody else, I apologize, but I think it was about Nick. Yeah, you're right, Rachel. The judge is going to they already know the laws out there, these California probate attorneys, right? There's a lot of this that goes on every day out there, all the time. This is normal for them. Hell, we've had FBI agents come on here and talk about how normal it was for NBC to reach out to the squad at the LAPD, talk about, hey, we got another stalker down here at NBC. Yeah, we got another one. Hey, nothing goes down out in LA, does it? Right? This is normal. There's a whole probate courts in place because of all this. Their money. We all know it's Hollywood. They got billions. And they out here protecting it left and right. Crazy ass trustees and word salad. Canaan became the sole acting trustee of Nick's trust on February 27, 2026, 1 month after his predecessor, Fishburne, executed his notice of resignation. I wonder why he resigned, though. Despite serving as a trustee since February of 2026, Canaan is now taken the position that he did not become trustee and was unable to. Look, it is not. These two fuckers, this is getting on my nerves with these two dudes back and forth. I want to know why they weren't giving the money, and can they produce documentation of what Michelle and Rob's wishes were? Because they are the ones who put it in place in conjunction with their attorney. Come on, I'm not an idiot. I know how stuff works. Nobody pulled this out their ass. My God. They think we're going to buy all that that's what happened. No, there's something we're missing here. Petitioner is informed and believes thereon alleges that Canaan failed to take any action for more than 1 month after becoming the trustee. Oh, God dang it. But then you quit being lazy and just get busy. If you have no right to legally stop this man from getting his inheritance, then what are you doing? If you have a legal leg to stand on, produce it and squash this crap. What the hell? Second cause of action: declaratory relief and instruction, re construction of trust provisions. Petitioner repeats and incorporates by reference each and every allegation contained in the proceedings for the reasons set forth above. Actual controversy of a justiciable nature and requiring resolution presently exists between petitioner and the trustees, blah, 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 word salad. Whether the distribution requires, by paragraph 4.5, mandatory and must be paid to Nick at age 30, 35. They're just going on and on. The third cause: order compelling distributions for Nick's commissary account. Petitioner repeats and incorporates by the reference, blah, 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 the same thing. He needs money for his proper and reasonable support, maintenance, health, and education. So how many times are they going to explain this trustee stuff with Canaan and what's his name now, Fishburne? All right. Since early of April 2026, Nick has repeatedly asked through his counsel that current trustee Canaan make distributions to replenish Nick's commissary account at Twin Towers Correctional Facility. Counsel has reiterated the request, explained that commissary funds are necessary for Nick's basic support, noted that the trust is his only source of funds, and provided written instructions. Hey, if there's no provision saying he can't get any of his money, then give him some commissary money. I don't really care. The commissary is there for a reason. The request involves only small sums insofar as inmate's commissary account cannot exceed a maximum balance of $300. All right, you can't have millions floating around in your commissary account, contrary to popular belief, at any given time, and there are weekly spending limits imposed. Most county jails do run it that way. Because you're not getting to do a fucking order from the Publix or wherever your shopping pleasure is. Don't tell me you shop at the Aldi where you got to pay for the damn buggy or you rent your buggy. Extra foolishness. Make me pay to rent my stupid ass buggy. Are you kidding me? I'll never come back again. What's all this hoopla about? Don't even have the stuff I want in this store. I was so disappointed that one time. That one time. I was like, what are you fools doing this for? They're making it harder, not smarter. This is weird. Okay. So he gets $300 at any given time. They're like, they're not even wanting to give him that though. I'm sure Michelle and Rob had his basic needs kind of stuff set up. I'm sure they didn't not give him a dime. He was being supported by the family. Obviously, he was living in the guest house. He probably had some means to some funding. Hell, he got a hotel that night, right? After he killed his parents, he wanders across town. We see him with the red backpack. We all know he went into a hotel and paid for a hotel room. So he had some funds. Well, now those funds should be going to commissary. It is what it is. You know, innocent until proven guilty. He might get hungry for a snack. On April 18th and the 20th, Canaan's counsel represented that the trustee would periodically replenish Nick's commissary account, and she further stated that because the family estate's not going to go broke over some little ass commissary money. It's just not. Commissary account, and she further stated that because the amounts needed for that purpose were small, the trustee would not need to issue notice of proposed action. Blah 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 blah. Okay. And if y'all don't agree with commissary in the jail and they shouldn't have access, take it up with your county. Take it up with the jail. Take it up with the city council and the powers that be. They're going to come back and tell you that they have their rights in the jail. Like it or not. Half of that amount should already be in the. We already know y'all think he should already have half of it. He wouldn't have no commissary money left though if that criminal consultant fees may be kind of high. Nick, you might really want to think this out. Nick should ask for an itemized list of where all my money's going. Wait. My mom and dad didn't even trust me with that shit. I'm supposed to trust y'all? Okay. Fourth cause of action. Petitioner repeats and incorporates all the going back to the 4.5 of the paragraph in the trust. The probate code requires a trustee's discretion to be exercised reasonably. There's that word, quote unquote. Your reasonable and my reasonable could be incredibly different, said the jurors. Even where a trustee is conferred absolute discretion and trustee is required to exercise that discretion. Yeah, when you give somebody discretion to make a decision based on how they think, you better be able to trust that person, right? Like, I'm going to meet your basic needs, but I'm not going to give you enough to go OD on tonight. Since early April 2026, Nick has repeatedly asked through his counsel that the trustee disclose what amounts are available. They're just going back and forth about all the money. So long as Nick is living, the assets in his trust are for Nick's benefit. The trustee is also required to administer the trust with reasonable care, skill, and caution. Yeah, we don't want you out there spending willy-nilly. Crazy. even where a trust confers absolute or sole discretion. Okay. There's that word prayer in the court documents again. Petitioner will cause a notice of hearing and a copy. Okay. Prayer for relief. Separation of church and state and all that nonsense. Prayer for relief. Wherever petitioner prays for judgment as follows. They also use that language a lot in Idaho court documents. We pray the court find. What if the other side prays they also find? Now God's got a decision to make. Y'all, we were putting him on the spot like that. All right. For an order compelling the acting trustee to release the mandatory age 30 distribution to Nick without further delay, together with all interest and income earned on that amount since September of 2023. The declaration, relief, and instructions to the acting trustee constructing the trust as set forth in the second cause of action, including a declaration that the distributions required by paragraph 4.5 are mandatory. Okay, so they're just going on about reiterating all their little points. Compelling acting trustee to replenish the commissary, compelling the acting trustee to provide within 14 days a written assessment of the trust funds available for distribution and a written determination of Nick's pending discretionary distribution request for damages and the redress of Canaan's breaches of trust. Reasonable attorney fees and costs may be provided by law for such other relief, and is assigned by Nick Reiner. Attorneys for Nick Reiner, Anita Wu. That's the probate attorney. Here is Nick Reiner. I, Nick Reiner, declare as follows. I am the petitioner in the trust proceeding and the sole beneficiary of the Nick Reiner Children's Trust dated December 2nd, 1993. I have read the foregoing petition and now its contents. The matters stated in the petition are true of my own personal knowledge, except as to those matters stated on information and belief. As to those matters, I am informed and believe them to be true. I declare under penalty of perjury under laws of the state of California that the foregoing is true and correct. Executed this 5th day of June 2026 at Los Angeles, California. Signed, Nick Reiner. Y'all, I have to wonder how much of Nick's mental illness was brought on by his drug abuse. If you've dug into it and listened to Nick Reiner himself talk about the little shithead that he was, and I need to pull that up. I'm not going to do it right now. I've got time. But I played it here. Nick Reiner goes on a podcast and laughs and jokes about the rehabs and the fucking stents in them and the coming out and falling off the wagon again. All these things, joking about them. After a while of years and years, Nick first got in trouble. First rehab stint was an intervention at the age of 14, he said. Drug intervention, not mental health intervention. He was already doing the meltdowns. So there was some mental health there, yeah. Spoiled kid, probably. But he had his first intervention at the age of 14 years old. Nick Reiner has been drug addicted most of his entire adult life, adolescent, teenage life, adult life. And apparently none of the places his parents sought out and paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to help him didn't help him. It's not their fault. At some point, he needed to walk out of there a grown-ass man and say, I'm done with this lifestyle I've been living. But then people are going to say, well, the drugs just, they took over. Well, then these rehabs need to shut down because they're not doing any good. We can't let that happen either. Well, they can't help it. It's then what the hell are all these rehab centers for? Right? There's where we sit with that kind of stuff. Nick had problems for years, and I'm not going to sit here and say he didn't, right? And I think a lot of us, like I said, we can see that. As to the extent, what was worse? Was it the drugs or was it the mental illness? Would one cause the other? Did one make the other worse? They were neither one good for each other. And as the older he gets and you're combining the two things, those drugs are going to affect your mental health a lot worse than they would have without it. How can you say a hallucination is chalked up to the drug if you already have mental health issues, right? That's where the lines get murky when they're combined. Nick Reiner combined them all for years. And anybody who wants to pretend that didn't happen is not seeing what's right in front of their face. So now that's why I am very curious. Nothing justifies what Nick Reiner did, not a damn thing. Sit down with your entitled ass. But how are all these addiction centers getting away with milking all these people out of thousands of dollars for a fucking vacation retreat called rehab? And then they get out, go home, do the same thing, and then murder their parents in the house because they lost their shit for a moment. And now they want the trust fund money to pay Alan Jackson to get him. I'm not sure what the end game on that is because he's not coming out of that jail. Mental hospital, is that what we're doing? We want to go to a mental hospital? Because prison's tough. I've heard the mental hospitals are just as tough. It probably depends on where you go, right? The man's got some problems, obviously. It's just how they handle them. Declaration of Alan Jackson. Oh boy. I'm an attorney at law, duly licensed to practice in the state of California, and I'm a partner in the law firm Worksman Jackson and Quinn, LLP. I previously served as counsel of record for Nick Reiner. I made this declaration based on my personal knowledge, except where matters are expressly stated on information and behalf. If called as a witness, I could and would testify competently to the facts stated herein. I submit this declaration for the limited purpose of addressing the circumstances under which my firm was retained, the funding assurance made in connection with that retention. I gotta make this bigger. I can't see it all of a sudden. Hold on. I made this declaration based on my personal knowledge, except where matters are expressly stated on information and behalf. If called as a witness, I could and would testify competently to the facts stated herein. So remember, this is Alan now giving his declaration over here in the probate case. And Wu is the acting attorney over here. I submitted this declaration for limited purpose of addressing the circumstances under which my firm was retained, the funding assurance made in connection with that retention, the subsequent withdrawal of that anticipated funding, Mr. Reiner's expressed desire that my firm resume representation if lawful funding becomes available, and my firm's willingness to do so subject to applicable ethical and court requirements. This declaration is not intended to be disclosed and should not be construed as disclosing or waiving any attorney-client privilege communication, attorney work product, confidential defense strategy, investigative detail, and other protected information. I have limited this declaration to matters I understand to be relevant to the funding issue presently before the probate court. On or about December 15, 2025, my law partner Caleb Mason and I were in New York on another matter. In the early morning hours, we were contacted by a representative of the Reiner family regarding the urgent need for criminal defense counsel for Mr. Reiner. Who is that representative? And why was Alan Jackson the go-to? Ding, ding, ding. Like, what? Are they personal friends already? Or was it just because, he's Alan Jackson? I don't know. The matter was presented to us as an emergency requiring immediate attention, although we were away from California and no funds had yet been paid. I immediately began evaluating and responding to the situation. I participated in the conferences with the family representatives concerning the potential representation and the urgent circumstances then presented. Because of the urgency of the matter, I cut short my trip to New York and returned to California that evening. Oh, he jumped on the red eye. Was that what that's called? And canceled a previously scheduled and contracted speaking engagement in another state. Oh, Alan's like, oh, this is important. Hold on. I'll fly back immediately. Let me reschedule or cancel this contracted speaking engagement in another state. Well, did he expect he's going to bail him out that night, or it couldn't? He wasn't going to keep overnight. I don't know what happened there. Okay, bailing out on engagements. I took those actions because immediate legal intervention appeared necessary to protect Mr. Reiner's interests in a rapidly developing double homicide prosecution. Sir, come on, Mr. Jackson. I cannot. I don't know if I don't even know if I got words for that shit. He was going to be fine sitting tight until you got there. He was not going to, they weren't going to harm him, I don't think. Because of the urgency of the matter, I cut short my trip to New York, returned to California that evening, and canceled a previously scheduled and contracted speaking engagement in another state. I took those actions because immediate legal intervention appeared necessary to protect Mr. Reiner's interests in a rapidly developing double homicide prosecution. How was that for dramatics and theatrics? Oh my God. During communications on or about December 15, 2025, the parties discussed and agreed that my firm, Worksman, Jackson, and Quinn, would undertake Mr. Reiner's defense, subject to execution of a retainer agreement. We know there was agreement and all that, and then something happened because the siblings didn't like the plan of strategy by the defense team. It's clearly what happened. And now we just got to figure out if Rob and Michelle had something in place legally to protect Nick from his own self with this money. Beyond the bullshit. Mr. Reiner's siblings participated in communications concerning the representation and agreed verbally to act as third-party payers. The family rep and family members assured me that the retainer agreement would be promptly returned and that the agreed upon funds would be promptly paid. Yes, sir, Mr. Allen will pay you promptly. Please get busy. We've got to talk money first. Prompt payment expected, okay? At all times, I get it. They need to be paid. I'm not saying they don't. Y'all, for the people that are out there going, dang, right? We're not saying they don't get to pay. They don't get to get paid. But I'm telling you, I don't know if Mr. Jackson, all you fans out there, I'm not sure he'd answer your phone call when you call tomorrow when you find yourself caught up in some shit. You may or may not recall backing over or possibly backing over, or did I back over? I'm going to have to get Alan to help me figure all that out. And don't say it can't happen because Karen Reed didn't think it was going to happen either, but it did. Boy, we know what kind of trouble she'd be in without Mr. Jackson. We couldn't depend on that turtle guy to get her out. At all times, I understood Mr. Reiner to be the client. I did not understand his siblings and family rep or any proposed third-party payer to be clients of my firm in connection with the criminal matter. Oh, shots fired at the siblings. Any funds provided by family members were to be provided solely in the capacity of third-party payers. I made clear that any such third-party payer would have no authority to direct the representation, dictate litigation strategy, control the objectives, you mean narrative, objectives of the representation, or receive privileged or confidential information absent Reiner's informed consent. Yeah, something more went down, didn't it? I was right. I further explained that all the decisions regarding the defense belonged exclusively to Mr. Reiner as the client. The family rep and Mr. Reiner's siblings indicated that they understood and accepted those limitations. I bet they did for a minute, and they're like, wait, I'm choking on my coffee now. You said we're going to do what? Based on representations and assurances described above, I agree to accept the engagement. On or about December 17, 2025, I met with Mr. Reiner in court, and Reiner and I executed a retainer agreement. In reliance on the representations that the agreed upon fee would be funded, I directed attorneys, paralegals, investigators, experts, and support staff at Worksman Jackson and Quinn to give immediate priority to Reiner's case. Well, Jackson called the firm and said, get busy, paralegals, attorneys, investigators, experts, everybody. Stat Reiner's case. Jackson's got a lot of authority, don't he? He likes to be the bossy boss. Allegedly. Beginning on or about December 15, 2025, and continuing through the Christmas and New Year holidays, my firm devoted substantial Christmas and New Year's. Don't you have a family? My firm devoted substantial attorney, investigator, expert, paralegal, and support staff time to the matter. The work included, among other things, client meetings, communications, custody visits, discovery review, legal and factual research, investigative coordination, expert and investigator consultation, expert and investigator consultation, subpoena-related work, witness-related investigation, and other tasks necessary to protect Reiner's interests during the initial phase of the case. I do not describe the substance of that work in this declaration because doing so could reveal privileged communications, attorney work product, confidential investigative information, or defense strategy. I state only that the work was substantial, urgent, and undertaken in reliance in the anticipated funding described above. Okay. My firm devoted more than redacted amount worth of attorney time and approximately redacted amount in direct out-of-pocket costs during the initial period of representation. How much did you have to spend out of pocket? How come we can't see it? 136 pages and what was redacted? Wow. The dollars were redacted out of a 136-page public document. I provide these approximate figures to explain the scope of work performed and the extent of reliance on the funding insurances made to my firm. I do not, by this declaration, ask the court to adjudicate and separate fee dispute unless that issue is separately presented by the appropriate parties. I had not received assurances that funding would be provided. I would not have diverted these firm resources interpreted existing. The firm would have said, Alan, we're not comfortable with this if they didn't back you up. Word salad shit is that. The firm absolutely backed you up unless you got all the power at the firm. That's a big ego thing, isn't it? I got all the power. I had not received assurances that funding would be provided, I would not have diverted these firm resources, interrupted existing professional commitments. Wonder how they feel about that. Or directed my firm to undertake the extensive work described above on the same. They're like, damn, Alan, I don't got quite as much money as them Reiners had, but I'm still just as important, man. Wow. I had not received assurances that the funding would be provided. I wouldn't have done. Okay. My decision to proceed was based on my understanding that Mr. Reiner had retained my firm and that the agreed upon fee would be funded by third party payers. Between December 15th, 2025, and the end of that month, I continued to communicate with Reiner family representative regarding the anticipated funding and return of the executed retainer materials. During that period, I continued to understand that funding would be provided. In late December of 2025, the family rep informed me that none of the anticipated third party funding would be provided. That position was inconsistent with the prior assurances on which my firm had relied. Without an unavailable source of funding, continued private representation by my firm was no longer feasible. My firm thereafter sought to withdraw in accordance with applicable court procedures and professional obligations. In doing so, my firm sought to avoid prejudice to Mr. Reiner's interests and to preserve all the applicable duties of the confidentiality, privilege, and work product protection. Following my firm's withdrawal, Los Angeles County Public Defender's Office was appointed to represent Mr. Reiner and remains his counsel to this date. Okay, Reiner has expressed his desire that Worksman, Jackson, and Quinn resume representation of him if lawful funding becomes available. Upon information and belief in my understanding that Mr. Reiner continues to desire private representation by my firm as counsel of his choice and has retained probate counsel to seek authorization for the use or release of the funds. If the court authorizes, I'm skipping a little bit, the court authorizes funds to be used for that purpose. If all applicable ethical and procedural requirements are satisfied, my firm stands ready, willing, and able to resume presentation. Because my firm performed substantial work during the initial phase of the case, my firm has familiarity with the matter and would assist in resuming representation. I have advised Mr. Reiner's trust counsel that the firm remains committed to representing Mr. Reiner and is willing to consider reasonable alternatives to the original fee arrangement, including modified fees, payment timing, and other funding structures, if doing so would facilitate the release of the funds necessary. So we'll restructure the fee if that will help you guys out. Okay, well then do that. Let him do that. I respectfully submit this declaration in support of Mr. Reiner's request through the probate counsel. And it was, of course, signed Mr. Alan Jackson. Now, that's only 36 pages. There's another 100 to go. They got Anita's declaration is in there. I'm not even sure what all is in this document. Exhibit A. Nick Reiner, Children's Trust. Here's, okay, principle of the trust, the declaration concerning the family, acceptance of trust by the trustee, trust to be irrevocable, trust to be irrevocable, and then there's additions, rights reserved to the grantors, Article 2. Beneficiary power of withdrawal, power to withdraw principal, who may exercise power, notice to beneficiaries. See, all that has to be in there. Like, what does Alan think? We don't know that. Well, maybe not everybody did, but it's kind of not rocket science either. It's kind of not. periodic lapse of power to withdraw beneficiary power. Sorry, guys, they were messing with these fields the past 2 days, and they caught me a little irritated with my allergies. Distribution of trust estate, successor trustees, going through all the different articles that are in place in it. Powers and duties regarding payment of generation, skipping transfer tax liability, general powers, let's see, all these things. Okay. Definitions and rules of construction. Definitions set forth in this article: beneficiary, corporate trustee, education, gender or number, incompetent, internal revenue code, issue, child, children, net income. It goes on and on. General trust provisions, termination, spendthrift provisions. And then it starts here with the Nick Reiner's Children's Trust. Guys, we'll start some of this. Can y'all give me a minute to go and check on things here? I do got animals and a child in the home. How many of y'all still with me? Am I losing people? It's been a long minute. Hold on one second. Okay. We may come back tomorrow and start this actually, because I do. Hang on one second. Guys, let me throw this up here. I'm going to mute for a second. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, let me see what's going on here. Doctors, health insurance, lawyer fees. It is all out of control. Everything is just it's crazy, right? We go on and on and on about that shit for days on end because it's getting out of hand out there. But this basic stuff, is getting out of hand, like paying for a defense fund. We true crime all the time, so it's starting to get to that point where I'm like, man, what's going on here? So what changed from when AJ said he couldn't say why he couldn't represent him? Well, because he knew they were going to be filing legal filings. I think Butterfly. He's the he has. We've seen it throughout this document. Attorney client privilege, right? There's only going to be so much. It was obvious to me when he was out there giving that speech about coming off the case due to funds. There was something, and it was obvious right then. It was something to do with the siblings because Alan Jackson said as much, right? So I don't know if anything really changed. I think they had a strategy in place. They just weren't going to say it publicly. Alan Jackson's real good about not putting the strategy out there publicly, right? I think a lot of times that's a lot of what's going on. And I don't think anything's changed, honestly. We know there hasn't. Nothing's changed except we know he did it. We know that the siblings aren't happy with the giving up the money to the trust fund. Apparently, the trustees aren't either. And if Alan Jackson's correct, they had these meetings. I'm not saying he's a liar. He's got no reason to lie about it. The siblings were okay in the beginning with funding or at least giving a retainer. And something happened. I'm going to have to go back and pull the old interview and show it where Nick, or not Nick, but Alan almost says as much. And the family pulled funding. And now we're hearing in this document how they can't be a part of the defense strategy. It's up to Nick. It's not their call, basically. I don't think the siblings liked Alan's. I think the siblings may have been like, okay, he killed our parents. Give him the best defense you got, thinking he'll get the best sentence, right? Or the least amount of time, whatever, just to take care of his ass like as usual. Someone take care of Nick. But then when they saw the way that defense was going to look, did they change their minds? That's their parents too, don't forget, right? He's just their brother. And if y'all got brothers and sisters, y'all know. Y'all know what I mean? I'm just saying, there's something we haven't seen yet. And it's kind of like watching the interview room unpack the John Ramsey of it all over there. I've followed the case, forever like most people. Have I been suspicious over the years? Yeah, duh. But I'm not going to sit here today and point my finger squarely in John Ramsey's face either. I'm not going to watch him on the interview room as an 80-something-year-old man who's probably forgotten a lot of things over time. You may have some real life tech issues going on. I'm not going to sit there and not hear what's being said because I'm too busy watching his every fucking move. And what did that mean? Because I don't know what it means. I'm looking for the evidence. I'm looking for the stuff there that I'm, and I'm pulling out quite a bit actually from those interviews. And I think people are also confused as to the way they're doing it at the interview room. Like, what are we doing? What is this? They literally told everybody, we've had the case for a year. Not the interview room. The Cold Case Foundation has had the case for a solid year. Looking into things, investigating. Now they're going to unpack that investigation in real time, starting at the beginning, starting with victimology, clearing the little brother Burke. That just took place on the last episode. Getting into John Ramsey's real mentality. They took him down a long road with how he felt about his daughter's passing. Not John Bonet's, but his oldest daughter. That was interesting to me. Why would they do that? Why would it matter? If we're paying attention, we might understand why it matters versus why does John Ramsey do that? Why does he hold his phone like that? Why did he look over there? So I'm part of a jury right now as far as that, right? And the jury's out because they're unpacking an investigation. So who am I to make a decision yet when I've not got all the information? But if y'all have watched John Ramsey over the years without going, oh my God, he's guilty. If you've listened, what's up with the DNA, right? Because I watch it I don't even consider the man a suspect when I'm watching him talk because it doesn't matter to me right now. But things he's been saying about that DNA for over the past few months, I'd say. And then he said it again on the interview room, and he said the DNA, they're pushing to get DNA testing done on this, IgG testing. Then he says it needed to be reformatted from what he was told. And I'm like, what? Because y'all already got a sample you put through CODIS. What you mean to say is y'all need a S&P profile from the STR profile that was developed from the evidence and ran through CODIS. All you got to do is send that to Othram, Parabon, DNA International, and they will develop the SNP profile needed to conduct IgG. But nobody wanted to talk about that part of it. They're too busy wondering why he's got his phone holding it weird. So I'm trying to do the same thing with this Nick Reiner situation, right? I may feel some kind of way. Nick was spoiled. Nick was a lot of things, but legally speaking, is his funds rightfully his or are they not? And why is it going to cost him all this money to be defended when I know the next person can't afford the same defense? That bothers me. It should bother everybody. I'm not really concerned about, talking about the fluff stuff is what I call it, the surface level bullshit, the drama we can all talk about for hours on end. Let's get down to the conversation of it all, right? That's where I want to go with a lot of these things. The attorneys are very much appreciated and needed, but when they are right now, they're kind of being like Trisha. Yes, you need us. It's just going to cost you thousands of dollars. But it's okay. Y'all wake up. That's just what that's a little weird. They need to be careful when they're trying to educate us and enlighten us on how hard it is to defend all these people and how much money it costs. At the same time, what about us little people, right? Big shiny a lawyer. What about that? But we don't ask those questions in those chats. Might get shunned. I don't know. I usually leave those chats when I start thinking about things like that. I'm like, you know what? That question might not go over too well because people will probably see it as me attacking their attorney, their favorite YouTuber. And I don't want no part of that shit. I catch enough hell when I go at like certain creators already. Anyway, guys, I think I'm going to wrap it up for today. I do got some things to do this evening. We are on page 46. I want to read through this. I'm going to come back in the morning. Nick, because I will not be able to stream on Saturday. I've got a lot. I'm touching grass all day Saturday. Things going on that I want to do. So this Nick Reiner Children's Trust, and it's dated. Okay. Purposes only, and is entered into between Robert Reiner and Michelle Reiner and Manny Fleckman was the original trustee back in 93 when they set it all up. The grantors have transferred and delivered to the trustee without any consideration of the trustee's part. Sorry, my grandson. Okay, so without any consideration of the trustee's part, the sum of $50, receipt of which is hereby acknowledged by the trustee. The grantor also intending substantial additional property will be transferred to the trust. So it's going to go on and on. Let me see how long this thing is. Oh, it's got all the paragraphs. We can get in there and read them. Power of trustee to amend. Yeah, because this is going to take me from. I got to concentrate when I'm reading this because I'm trying to figure out what Alan Jackson's talking about. He didn't get it at 30 and he should have. Trust the state for the benefit of Nick or his issue. As long as Nick is living, the trustee shall hold the trust estate as a single trust for Nick's benefit. Well, yeah. Lump sum distribution of principal. When any beneficiary shall attain the following ages. The trustee shall distribute to the beneficiary the following portion. Let's see, 30 and 35. Yeah, so he didn't get any payouts before age of 30 because it wasn't set up that way. Distribution upon the death of a beneficiary if Nick dies prior to receiving the full distribution. Well, Nick's not the one that died. All right. Yeah, guys, we're going to dig into that thing. Okay, let me get this up. Okay, let me get that now. All right. We will dig into it. Starting at page 46 goes into that trust declaration, or outlines what the trust is and the provisions that were set up in it, right? Because that's important to figure out too. I mean, of course, in the end, it's the judge's decision to figure out, right? Will Nick get his money? How much money will it take to fund that defense? And everybody should pay attention to how much that costs. Oh, I have heard CC explain the process beautifully. It's explained in court documents in Brian Koberger's case, right? That's why the minute he said it needed to be reformatted, I was like, wait, hold on. I know exactly what you're talking about, dude. So we're going to have to do a deeper dive into it to help people get there to what it actually meant, right? All they have to do is take that look. Idaho State Police developed the STR sample, and they developed that profile right off that sheath. Othram Labs developed the SNP profile. It's not, for us it's hard, but for them it's not. And they talk about all the markers and all the things that go into it, but it's not hard to do. It's done all day, every day anymore. Why is it hard to do with John Bonet's DNA samples? That's what I'm clocking, that's what I'm listening for, and that's what I'm paying attention to. Because if I'm paying attention to what this man did with his phone, I'm not listening to what he just said about the DNA or what the investigative team said. Chris said there's a 3-page DNA report out there that he has not presented yet. He's going to do it soon. Don't y'all worry. It's coming. We got a little a little breadcrumb on it. So there's something about it. S&P, the STR samples are what they run through CODIS. S&P is what they use to build the IgG from. There's different markers in place that they use. I'm really interested in these samples they claim they have. Why, and can we use an MVAC on the Grok? And look, there's so much about that crime scene that was disturbed. And even doing DNA testing today, I don't know how much it would matter considering how bad they botched all of the evidence from the beginning. When you got Miss Linda, investigator, over there picking up John Bonet and carrying her into the living room and laying her down on the floor. Wasn't enough that John already grabbed her up and moved her to a new spot. Now the investigator's picking her up and moving her to a new spot. It's like, what in the hell? Now, from jump, we got problems. From jump. And now anybody in that living room that night probably shed all their DNA, and some probably fell onto the body as they were all standing around crying. So we don't know if the DNA came from John Bonet prior to death or after. Did y'all sample everybody in the living room that day? See, I'm going beyond the bullshit. They claim they got samples from a bunch of people. Do we have a sample from every individual that was there at that moment when that child's body was placed on the ground in the living room for everybody to stand around and cry? Like, that's what I want to know. So I'm trying to clock those things. Y'all help me. Pay attention to the key details. We can exchange notes when we do a show on it, right? I can say, hey, did y'all catch this? Or I didn't catch that, but you did. Great job. Because I want to get into I just want to investigate the case. If it doesn't turn y'all on, if it's not your thing, if y'all don't want nothing to do with John Bonet Ramsey's case, you don't got to be a part of it. But I am. I'm watching for the evidence because somebody murdered that little girl in her basement while her parents were in the home. Spent some time in that house. Unlike Elizabeth Smart's case where they just abducted her and took off into the night, they stayed in the home for a very long time, doing unimaginable things to that little girl. That's concerning. It's side eyeing. It's red flag. It's all the things, right? And all these years later, well, here we are. So I'm just like, I'm here for whatever they present, and I'm looking for anything new that I didn't already know. Because if I go based on what I already know, then that's tunnel vision, in my opinion. Now, again, everybody, I want to remind y'all that I do plan on having some sort of alternate into the world party, because that heifer triggered me. And I would love for everybody to be a part of it, to show support for all victims. And you don't stand for trashiness, and you don't stand for that bullshit. And again, I invite any creator who wants to participate to do so. We will have monetization turned off the entire time. Open invitation. We could have some fun. We could. We could have fun at Trisha's expense and be shady ladies. We could do our first annual Shady Ladies show. But we need to be impactful for victims and speak up for them at the same time, and not make light and jokes and bring on prisoners spent 40 years in prison to help celebrate the day that Chad's forgot the date or whatever. Chad got the date wrong. Interesting to hear the Cold Case Foundation talk about it. It is. They're always interesting to hear them talk about suck, because I don't always agree with all the words that come out of their mouths, right? I don't. But it's interesting to hear them talk about it. It's also interesting for me to clock and gauge what they're actually saying at the moment, because I don't hang on their every word, right? I don't, oh my God. Oh no. I'm like, say that again, sir? Do you really mean that? I'm like, I'm investigating two things at one time while I'm unpacking that, right? Remember, Chris over there at the interview room tells everybody to be suspicious of Nancy Guthrie's daughter and her son-in-law because nobody's cleared until an arrest is made. Well, he came out hot to trot and told us all that Ramsey was cleared. Got a letter from the DA or something or another. We read it, right? We got a letter. Family's cleared by DNA. But that doesn't matter over here in the Nancy Guthrie case. Like, right? So, yeah, I'm listening. I listen, Rachel. I'm listening to the discussion. I'm listening to the facts that they talk about, they've seen in the documents that they have read. That's the part I'm there for. And that, nothing more. I don't, let me just reiterate that. I am there to only hear anything that I didn't already know. As far as their discussion on what might have happened, I'm not really sure I'm even on the same page with them as that. We may have very different opinions on that, right? So, yeah, I know. That's what I said. I pay attention. I watched before they ever aired the very first episode. Chris said the Cold Case Foundation has had the case for a year. Now John Ramsey feels comfortable to come on the internet and talk to him about it on his YouTube channel. But what they literally are doing is unpacking the investigation as if they went from the beginning. People were really confused last night, or whatever night it was. Like, I can't even remember now, my days are running together, about why they were letting him ramble on about Burke. Like, y'all, the whole point of the episode was to clear Burke. Did y'all not pay attention? Are we not? No, we weren't paying attention because we were too busy going on about look at John Ramsey looking funny and having tech issues, right? People need to pay attention to what they came there for. It's the only reason I'm tuning in. I want to hear stuff I have not heard before. Fuck, it's been 30 years. I've heard enough. I've heard all the bullshit. All right, I'm here for the new stuff. So then at the end of it, I can make my determination on my feelings on innocent or guilt toward anybody. When he said that, he said it as if just DA says they are cleared. Chris actually said they were cleared. Ramsey was cleared. But I'm not so sure he's convinced of that. But he damn sure said it. We can pull it up and replay it. They said it again in both episodes so far. They went back to that and referred back to how the family was cleared, right? The whole point of the second show that they just did was to clear Burke. They're taking everybody through the main suspects, immediate family. We're in the home, right? That's how they started it. And now they're clearing the child because that's easier to do than the dad and the mom. They're getting there. But they came out of the gate with that little letter. Do I still have it uploaded? And he said, this family has been cleared and wants us all to get on board with that. I wouldn't make it up if he didn't say it. I promise he said it. But in the Nancy Guthrie investigation, we'll turn around and tell thousands of people that they are absolutely still suspects because there has not been an arrest, regardless of what Nanos tells you about them being cleared. So that's the kind of contradictory bullshit I can't get behind and don't support it. So I don't need a talking head to come out and tell me who's innocent or guilty. I will make up my own mind, sir, when you finish this investigation and show me all the goods you got. Then I'll determine and see if I agree with you or not. When someone said that made you mad, when someone said they've been trying to get him on there for a year, why is that the problem for people? So what? Does that mean he's been on other news programs? This is not, hey, John Ramsey, can you do us a solid and give us a 2-minute blurb on News Nation tonight? John Ramsey, do you care to comment about your daughter's DNA? John Ramsey at the Crime Con. This is a live stream for hours, right? It's different. So if he felt some type of way about participating in that actively, then that's, I don't, I'm fine with that too. We're seeing, is Kresha not struggling right now as a family member with all this? Or did y'all not watch the interview room interview Stephen Christie Gonzalez and the struggle they're going through with all this shit being said about their daughter on the internet? Right? But at the same time, people will sit there and want to go right at John Ramsey. I'm like, I find that odd. Until I know more, I can't do that. And I can't, I may have a pause. Did you do it? But I'm not there yet, right? All I know is somebody was in that house, somebody had access, somebody knew the lay of the land, somebody took their time, someone knew how to tie fucking knots, and somebody was obsessed with that little girl. But according to the interview room and their experts, that behavior leading up to the event and after, I never thought Burke was responsible for all that. Not one time. So I'm glad they're moving on past Burke. Now I can get to the investigation stuff that matters, right? Yeah, BMD, I wonder too, because some of the things he says sometimes, if you're listening to the interaction, because old Chris, he will certainly try that reverse psychology, so pay attention. Listen to the interaction. And yeah, that's what made me wonder. Is he really believing this, or is he just telling us that? Right? All right. No, let me. What was the very first one they did? Let's see. How many of y'all saw that very first episode? They've only done 2. He doesn't want anybody in chat going after the family because they've been cleared. Uh-oh, I passed it. Hold on one second. Uh-oh. Let me find my spot. 1 second. Okay, hold on. Look, everybody was making people need to get over the tech issues too. It is what it was, right? Everybody was so sidetracked by the tech. John had to leave and get in the car. He had to get in the car and leave, go down the road, find a. I saw all of it and it was annoying and it was like, oh my God. But I'm not. I got bigger fish to fry, right? I'm like, y'all just get that part done and let's get on with it. Yeah. Should they have pre recorded it? They would have caught a large amount of shade for pre recording it. I promise you that. It's better to do it this way. I would prefer it done this way. I can personally get past anybody having a tech issue. I will never, that's like me getting all bent out of shape because a document has got a word typo in it. That stuff is, to me, is like, it's annoying to people. I get it, but that totally sidetracked everybody, in my opinion. And I'm like being patient, trying to get my dinner done, listening. Hurry up and get your fucking shit together, dude, so I can get on with my note taking. Right? But it is annoying, isn't it, Butterfly, when they were doing all that. But hopefully they'll get it figured out. Chris knows. Is a written man. Come on, remember, he's smart. He absolutely knows they could get all those tech issues fixed, but for what? But he hasn't. Chris loves his psychology. I gotta get the screen up there. Damn it! Like, I had it set, and I'm like, wait a minute. I was listening to my grandson, thinking, can they hear him? And I looked over and realized I didn't even have my screen up. I'm like so getting distracted. All right, here's John or Chris going to read you or talk about now the letter received from the district attorney's office down there. All right, here we go.
And then I want you to apply the thought principle of a 9-year-old little boy. and what a letter like this would do to a family who's been trying to tell the public that a 9-year-old little boy has been suffering under the pressure of public opinion. And here's what it says. Mr. John Ramsey, as you are aware, since December 2002, the Boulder District Attorney's Office has been the agency responsible for the investigation of the homicide of your young daughter, John Bonet. I understand.
John Ramsey's not just her nemesis. My God, she's a fucking woman on the internet. He's the father of a murdered child. That's her nemesis. Yeah, she wants to throw. I know. She's out there feel how y'all want to feel about John Ramsey, but he's no different than the rest of these family members out here, innocent until proven guilty or arrested or slammed under the fucking jail. Trisha has sat there and outright publicly trashed this man. It's not acceptable. I mean, I guess it is, so that means it's fair game to trash her. Will I get a cease and desist?
And that the fact that we have not been able to identify the person who killed her is a great disappointment that is continuing hardship.
So for her, that word nemesis, right? She needs to that lady needs to shut up, period, with everybody. I cannot.
For you and for your family. However, significant new evidence has recently been discovered through the application of relatively new methods of DNA analysis. This new scientific evidence convinces us that it is appropriate, given the circumstances of this case, to state that we do not consider your immediate family, including you, your wife, Patsy, and your son, Burke, to be under any suspicion of the commission of this crime. I wish we could have done so before Mrs. Ramsey died. We became aware last summer that some private laboratories were conducting a new methodology described as touch DNA. One method of sampling for touch DNA is the scraping method. This is a process in which forensic scientists scrapes places where there are no stains or other signs of the possible presence of DNA to recover for analysis any genetic material that might nonetheless be present. We contracted with the Bodie Technology Group, a highly reputable laboratory recommended to us by several law enforcement agencies, to use the scraping method for touch DNA on the long johns that John Bonet wore and that were probably handled by the perpetrator during the course of this crime. The Bodie Technology Laboratory was able to develop a profile from DNA recovered from the two sides of the long johns. The previously identified profile from the crotch of the underwear worn by John Bonet at the time of the murder matched the DNA recovered from the long johns at Bodie. Unexplained DNA on the victim of a crime is powerful evidence. The match of male DNA on two separate items of clothing worn by the victim at the time of the murder makes it clear to us that an unknown male handled these items. Despite substantial efforts over the year to identify the source of this DNA, there is no innocent explanation for its incriminating presence at three sites on these two different items of clothing that John Bonet was wearing at the.
What's wrong with these DNA samples? Are they mixtures? Or they're not complete? How come we haven't got the SNP profiles yet? They don't match the family members, and they're in areas of her clothing they should not be in.
Time of her murder. Solving the crime remains our goal, and it ultimately resolution will depend on more than just matching DNA. However, given the history of the publicity surrounding this case, I believe it is important and appropriate to provide you with our opinion that your family was not responsible for this crime. Let me read that again. I believe it is appropriate, it is important and appropriate to provide you with our opinion that your family was not responsible for this crime. Based on the DNA results and our serious consideration of all other evidence, we are comfortable that the profile now in CODIS is the profile of the perpetrator of this murder. To that extent, that we may have contributed in any way to the public perception that you might have been involved in this crime, I am deeply sorry. No innocent person should have to endure such an extensive trial in the court of public opinion, especially when public officials have not had sufficient evidence to initiate a trial in a court of law. I have the greatest respect for you, for the way you and your family have handled this adversity. I am aware that there will be those who will choose to continue to differ with our conclusion. But DNA is very often the most reliable forensic evidence we can hope to find, and we rely on it often to bring to justice those who have committed crimes. I am very comfortable that our conclusion that this evidence has vindicated your family is based firmly on all the evidence, including the reliable forensics DNA evidence that has been developed as a result of advances in that scientific field during this investigation. We intend in the future to treat you as the victims of this crime with the sympathy due you because of the horrific loss you suffered. Otherwise, we will continue to refrain from publicly discussing the evidence in this case. We hope that one day, we hope that we will one day obtain a DNA match from the CODIS data bank that will lead to further evidence and to the solution of this crime. With recent legislative changes throughout the country, the number of profiles available for comparison in the CODIS data bank is growing steadily. Law enforcement.
The perpetrator is not in CODIS. The DNA from Brian Koberger's sheath, no CODIS match. Just because somebody disgustingly done all of that little girl in the basement, doesn't guarantee they've committed a crime in the past and was caught and now they're in CODIS. Can we stop banking on CODIS? One day we'll get a CODIS hit.
Agencies are receiving increased numbers of cold case hits on DNA, profiles that have been in the system for many years. We hope that one day soon we will get a match to this perpetrator. We will, of course, contact you immediately. Perhaps only then will we begin to understand the psychopathy or motivation for the brutal and senseless crime. Respectfully, Mary T. Lacey, District Attorney, 20th Judicial District, Boulder, Colorado. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the foundation for the Cold Case Foundation, where we are going to begin our investigation tonight with an open mind. And we hope you will come along with us. And
it's interesting, right? With an open mind, hope you come along with us. So he's telling everybody and reading the letter, and it appears, we agree this family's cleared. There you go, guys. Now come along with an open mind, meaning don't come with your tunnel vision and those family dynamics and point your finger directly at Mr. Ramsey. Come correct with your open mind. That's where they're sitting with it. So I'm here for it. Kimberly, I'm going to be there in just about, I don't know, just a few minutes. I'll see you soon. Sounds amazing. That does sound really good, Kimberly. I saw your dinner list. I saw the menu and I was like, oh man, Kim is getting down, y'all. She's got the fried chicken, the mashed potatoes, the baked beans, and the brisket. She's got all the things. Homemade yeast rolls, lemon pie, my favorite, and a chocolate chess pie too. What's the special occasion? It'd take a lot for me to get in there and throw down on all that at the same time. Like, That's a lot. And I am getting hungry. I got to go prep for dinner and get ready. We're going to have pork chops. I was going to have some pork chops tonight. And then something easy tomorrow because I'm doing a cookout on Saturday. All right, guys, we'll get to the rest of the some more of that document and the Nick Reiner stuff. See if we can get a just to be nosy. I mean, it is what it is. They got to figure it out over there. Get that settlement done. Get the payment made. It'll be. I wonder how long the judge will take to decide on that, so Alan can decide if he gets to be the attorney or not. How different will Reiner's defense look if he isn't given his trust fund money? Right? What happens when he's not granted the trust fund money? What if we read through some of this document and see the provisions in place, and the judge is like, not so fast. His parents had solid provisions in place, and the standard is this, that, so there's a lot to look at there as well. You had a craving, Kim. She's like, I'm gonna make all the things. I know when you get that craving, you can't until you get it. You just it's all you can think about, right? Look, I found in the kitchen earlier this little packet. It says, because I don't eat McDonald's, but it says Grinch salt dill pickle seasoning, and it's got the Grinch on it. And I'm like, I saw my grandson. I'm like, where'd this come from? He's like, duh. And he does not do pickles, right? I'm like, where'd this come from? Like, that's out of my McDonald's. I was like, yeah, it's dill pickle seasoning. He's like, don't eat it. I'm going to save it. And I was like, for what? He's like, collector. I'm like, but I want to eat it. I'm going to put it on something. Dill pickle seasoning. I'm going to make my own. What's it got in it? I was like, was it for the French fries? Like, I'm confused. What are they? Those of y'all who eat McDonald's, was it for the French fries? It is too hot to cook, but I don't want to starve, Butterfly. It is hot. I enjoy cooking outside in the summer. Like, it just tastes better. It feels better. I can sit out there and grill my meat and relax, and the house don't fill up with the heat. That's all the things. Love it. Air conditioner jack to the North Pole. Yeah. Well, I'm in Florida, so when y'all complain about the heat, I'm like, oh, it's hot, but I don't care. I'd rather have it hot than not. That's me though. I know some of y'all are like, nope, fall weather's perfect. We can't. But I'm so down with the hot weather. I don't care. I'll jump in a body of water somewhere. I'll turn the water hose on. I don't care. I'm going outside. You can't keep me in here. Mother Nature, nice try. That only happens in the winter. I'm like, nah, everything hurts in the winter when I walk outside. What's been acting up? Oh, yeah, the air conditioner. Yeah. Well, I'm in Florida. It's hot here, y'all, and it's humid. I get it, but it doesn't bother me. I enjoy it. If it gets too hot, I can come back in the house and chill. I'll get mad because it's too hot for me to be out there. Like, that's the way I roll. I'm not mad because it's summer. I'm just mad because it's a little too hot right at the moment. Like, I want to go enjoy my time out there, right? Right now it's 88 degrees with the feels like of 95 and mostly sunny in beautiful Northwest Florida. So with that said, I'm about to get my tail out there and enjoy a little bit of it before I cook my dinner. Because I am hungry. All right, guys, thank y'all for coming in and hanging out with me, putting up with my nonsense and all that, my rants, my raves, and digging into this stuff with us, these documents, these stories, these cray-cray of the internet with the Catalina foothills, the neighbors. We got web sleuths, save the date videos out there for court hearings. People trying to get their trust fund money released to support their defense. A lot. At the same time, let's just try to keep our focus on supporting families and victims when we can and how we can. Can always take your clothes off. Yeah, put a bathing suit on. I'm not going to run around out in the backyard naked. Somebody might crash their truck out there on the highway. You're like, why? I am near the ocean. Or we had a pool. We don't have one right now, but my son did mention the other day it was time to get a new pool. I'm like, yeah, you got a bunch of children. No, he doesn't, but there's just a bunch of kids in the family. It's either load them all up and go down to the creek because I'm right now I am probably a good 40 minutes from the beach. That's not a big deal to us. It's just a hop, skip, and a jump. Or I'm 10 minutes from the creek, right? But I also need a pool in the backyard. So I don't feel like going to the creek. I can just turn. We have the sprinklers and all that back there. The kids go nuts. They were playing the other day, this slippy slide. I'll get out there with them. I'm not a fool. If I get hot, I know how to cool off. Right? Yeah. Yes, I'm so close to the ocean. The Gulf of Mexico. My cousin says I'm not allowed to call it the ocean. I'm like, why? It's water. She's like, it's not the ocean, girl. We've lived here all of our lives. Stop calling it an ocean. I'm like, okay, it's the Gulf. I love her to death. All right, guys. Y'all go have a good one. Stay cool if you're hot. Find the way to cool down. Get you an ice pack, bottle of water, do all the things you got to do. I don't like to see y'all freeze to death in the winter or burn up in the summer. So, y'all go have a good one. Do you the way you like to do you. And I'll see you guys back here tomorrow.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from little Yas to